Come on, are you gonna go? Oh, there you go. Well there, here we are. Give it a minute, let somebody get in here. I'm probably about 4 minutes early, huh? 5 minutes maybe. Okay, so here we are. It's another Saturday night. And I guess tonight might prove to be a very interesting night. Hopefully we can cut through some past history here where a few mistakes may have been made and perceptions about people. Okay. But just the same, I've always had a goal, and that's to try to bring the manosphere together and to try to stop the division amongst the genders. And that's really been a goal of mine for a long time. And for TFLers, and for incel guys, and for men and women, period, for our society. And that's really what my goal's always been, though it's not an easy fight, I'll tell you that right now. But anyhow, it looks like we may have some guests tonight. I do believe Mr. Holka will be with me. Okay, maybe not right this moment, but he will be. And I think we're going to have some surprise guests as well tonight, from what I've been gathering. Okay, so what I'm going to do is attempt to bring a couple of people in. Okay, and we will see where we go here. Well, hello there.
Hi, Bill. Does this mean the stream is starting now?
Yes, you're live right now, Ron.
Oh, yeah, good.
And I've already invited the guests that you, so we'll see if they answer.
Oh, you have? Have you announced it on the stream who might be?
No, I have not. If they come in, we will announce it. How's that? Matter of fact, I could let you announce it. We're waiting to see if they come in here. I sent an invite.
Yeah, I'm sure many of your friends will.
Oh, man, you're breaking up there a little bit. Try that again. Okay, go
Well,
again.
There's a bit of a detection of lag on my end. I really hope that doesn't persist. But anyway, I was on Annika Skywalker Monday Forever Alone, Monday's Girlfriend stream tonight. And I basically was talking to her in the chat and I suggested they come on and they agreed. So here we are. She's gotten the link on Zoom and she and Monday, they're together at the time being.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They seemed insistent that they would be coming on tonight. So,
well, I sent her an invite. I'll send one more. Otherwise, she'll have to type me. She'll be able to come in, okay? So, I will put another invite out to her.
Monday did seem a bit reluctant at first. He seemed a bit skeptical about the same thing, but Annika seemed quite eager.
Well, the thing is Monday did come off as very well professionally spoken, and there was some mistakes made at the first. Okay, that he was a possible agent by what was going on.
Yeah.
There was a possibility that he very well could have been an employee of the establishment.
Yeah, I mean,
I prefer to call him.
Just based on the sheer number of subscribers, when from experience, usually when people get past a certain point, they get cut off.
Yeah, definitely. And then, of course, I hadn't said nothing at that point, and Harry over there left after Steve invited Monday to do a live stream with him, and Monday never answered. Harry had left
Yes,
the
he was.
Harry left that comment and asked him if he was going to do one, and he came back with NWO crap at him, and that did nothing but escalate the thought. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in terms of Monday's output, he's pretty milk toast really in his political channel, and aside from that, you know how he tackles the entire TFL issue.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. So he's milk toast on both his channels. So I don't suppose, um, like the fact that he's willing to talk with you tonight and come on is a good sign, and does seem to indicate he's not as many in our groups as I suspect him to be.
Well, I would love to see this be legit because it needs to be.
Yeah. And you do have completely parallel movements. I mean, really, if he is legit, then he's just like FA and TFL are really the same thing,
Yeah, they really
as you
are.
both said.
And TFL was here before FA, anyhow.
Yeah, exactly. It's been over a decade for you, and for him, he's only been on what, a year or
Couple,
less.
yeah, a year or less, 2 years tops, right? Okay, whatever.
But yeah, you both are concerned with really the same issues, specifically finding the term incel insufficient and wanting a more broad definition of men who are just struggling. Not, and it's not about sex; it's about these deeper issues.
It sure the heck is. It's not, and this is where people really, the pornography industry didn't do any favors for anybody because
No,
everybody's mind's in that spot.
yeah. So if he is legit, I'm sure the two of you and or him and this community can find a lot of common ground
Well,
and have an interesting.
it looks like I may have just gotten an email from what maybe Monday. Okay,
Oh yeah,
Annika appears to be having connection problems. Okay, with her laptop, so I'm gonna give them both another way in, as long as they're in America.
yeah. They are. They said they're Central Time, so I think she's in Texas. I'm not sure. I think Monday might be where she is.
Okay, now I'm gonna give Annika. See, I got a couple of things going on here while I'm trying to do this. Okay,
If you put in,
I just give Annika the information, and I sent the person who sent me the email, which I do may have been Monday, the information for the call in. Annika was having trouble connecting. Okay, so I gave her the actual ID number so that she can come in. And it looks like we have our other person here, and we have a couple more people here.
for regular callers,
Yeah.
No, I'm not a regular caller. Can you guys hear me?
No, this is the man that made the reply video at me. An older
oh, it
video,
is. Yeah.
yeah, an older video of that, yes. Okay. And then it looks like I got somebody I'll be muting there.
No,
And
I'm sorry. That was me.
was that you hitting the water?
Yeah, yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My
Well,
apologies. It's stopped now. I should. So, who's this new person? You said he was making a video about you.
well, he's here in the chat right now, and I got so much going at once because I just got another from Monday. Okay.
Oh,
So Yeah, this is Monday here, so I don't know who the further person was that I sent the information to. And we have another person in our chat with us right now as well. So let me get everybody, okay. Since I have another person in the chat and another person in the chat, I guess Annika's with us right now. And welcome aboard, Annika. Okay, I don't know if she hears us, but I see her. Does she get sound? Hello? Anybody got sound?
I got
Yeah, no, I
some.
can hear you.
Okay. Because it looks like Annika's here anyhow. And if Ron, if you want to say something, maybe she can speak up.
Hello, Annika, are you there? You
Try to.
said she was having trouble already,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, well, she's in the chat right now. She's got a nice clear picture. She's in the chat. And we're not hearing her. I don't know if she's hearing us.
I'm sure it's just hardware problems or what have you.
This I don't know if
Is,
she's hearing us or not, but I do see her.
is there any sound? Is there any sign of Steve?
Steve did say that he would be here. Okay, well, she's
Yeah,
got, I see she's got a headset on. She's got a mic in front of her. She's in the meeting, so I don't know why she ain't got no audio. Do you hear us?
just give it time, Bill. I'm sure she'll be loud and clear soon.
Yeah, because I don't see why she'd have a problem. I would like to hear her speak up, you know. I know she's not, well, let's see. Wow, okay, don't show where she's even, let me see. She ain't even got the mute option, like there's no mic.
Well, why don't we
Okay.
address the situation with the other guy who just called in?
Yo, what you do is this. You pull up the side chat and ask, can
No, not
everyone
here. We're not hearing
hear?
her. I have her on another chat that I can talk to her on. Okay. She's technically in the meeting, but no sound.
Point to your headphones. Can you hear?
Okay, I don't even know if she hears us, but there's a side chat. Okay, she's got her headset off. She's trying to readjust. Let me hook her back up. Okay.
Yeah, but why don't we address for the time being that other situation? You said this other guy in the chat made a video about you.
Yes, he did.
Oh, are we live? Like I would rather.
We've been live, and the Monday is with her, and they're trying to hook up. Okay. And I don't see their icon. I can always send back another invite to her. Okay.
Yeah, you could try and remove her and invite her back.
Yeah, I'll remove her and invite her back if she can hear me. I'm going to remove you and then invite you back. Okay, I'm going to remove you and re-invite you back. Okay? Okay, I don't think she understands what I'm saying, but I'm going to do it. Okay? Now I'm going to re-invite her back. Really? Why did you go down there? Remove. Okay, thank you. Now, let me invite her back. Let's see if that don't clear the issue up. Okay, so now we're waiting on that. I sent her another invite.
In the meantime, why don't you tell us about this situation with the guy making the video?
Yes, okay. Well, to the guy that's here that made the video on me, what possessed you to do that? Did you watch any of my stuff before you did that?
All right, so what's up? I'm Crimson60620. I made the video because I am tired of people such as yourself, all these other guys that sit back and talk about how specifically people or women don't know their place, or normies make fun of just assholes. And quite frankly, a lot of it needs to change where it's an attitude adjustment that needs to be done.
Well, I could agree with attitude adjustment, but let me ask you a couple questions. So, if you were going to try to help a guy who's unable to get a woman in his life, what would your advice be?
Why isn't he able to get a
No.
woman?
What would your advice be to him?
Why isn't he able to get a woman? That would be the first thing. Address the point of what's going on.
Well, that can be many things. That can be his physical appearance, his upbringing, his
Physical appearance has nothing to do with
yes,
actually getting a part. How does physical appearance have anything to do?
Okay. I gotta figure out who. That's Monday doing that. Okay. Let me figure out who's doing that. Is Monday in this chat?
Did you invite him back in?
Well, Monday came into the chat, but the music's coming from the icon Monday.
That's not Monday. That's not Monday. That's somebody using a different name.
Okay, well then they're gone. I'm not gonna have fraud.
No, that's a troll, Bill.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it's
all right.
a troll.
I just removed them. They're no longer in this meeting. Can't have that. Okay, so back to the gentleman here.
Okay.
He was telling me that looks has nothing to do with dating, huh?
No, looks doesn't.
I don't think that's what he said. That's not what I heard him say. I heard him say that looks isn't necessarily going to prevent you from dating. That's how I understood it.
Exactly my point.
You can be physically less attractive. From what I understand, people tend to pair up with people that are looks matched with them. Highly attractive people or high sexual market value people, there's a myriad of things that go into that, tend to be attracted to other people with high sexual market value. People with lower tend to. I'm saying there's a correlation there.
So here's the thing. I'm sorry. Does anybody in a group or the chat know who Danny DeVito is?
Yes. He's like 5'2", round. Or actually, I think he's a little taller than that. I know who Danny DeVito is, though. He's an actor.
Right. But you know he was married to his wife before he was famous. Before
Yes.
they both were famous.
Yeah, she's also very tiny as well. They're both.
But she's very attractive. And in her youth, she was very attractive. It's about personality.
I agree in their case. It is about personality, and they had similar life goals.
This isn't an incel stream. We don't really necessarily agree with the whole MLS thing. We accept that there are very diverse factors involved, and it can be things due to like upbringing, conditions which a man lives in. It can be many things.
It can be a lot of. I would agree with that. It can be a lot of things, and another thing people don't think about that goes into this is the 30+ years of male shaming and the social engineering that divides both genders up.
Wait, society. I'm sorry. Wait. Sorry. Here's the thing. Hear me out. What man shaming has there been going on for 30 years?
You mean you've been blind for 30 years? You haven't watched TV? That's pretty awesome. That was mighty nice of you.
No. Are you talking about lazy writing who's been copying the same joke for the last 20 years?
No, there is no joke about it. So you've never
No.
Never
stop
watched,
it.
No,
stop
no,
it.
I'm not going to stop
it.
nothing. I'm not going to stop nothing because what you're saying would be nonsense.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm 37 years old, and
Oh
I've been
yeah,
watching TV for the longest.
okay, I'm glad you are. I'm 59 years old. I have a wife that was married to for a bunch of years. I raised my own son. I have another wife now. I've had females in my life, and I've also watched what's going on in society. When you tell me there ain't been no shaming, female shaming in the media, hold on a minute. I gotta figure out who's doing this. I'm gonna.
Steve,
Really?
it's Steve. Watch Steve.
Oh, what they're doing is they're picking other people's names, okay, and they're using the ID to do this. Okay, that's what's happened. We got a troll that's loving this.
Maybe that they followed from Annika's stream. I'm not sure that gets more traffic, so could be a possibility.
Sorry, I have not given this link to anybody. I think you gave out
No,
your
no,
email
I mean,
address.
yeah, no, I gave it in the chat. So
Just so you know, I deleted that stream, so nobody
Yeah.
can continue to add themselves.
Yeah, no. Conversations like this, you should not invite people up. This is the last thing to do, especially with how antagonistic that these videos are.
Yeah. Crimson, can I clarify that when I said earlier, when I mentioned like the looks matching, I didn't mean that just physically attractive with their looks match. I meant like sexual market value. There are a lot of factors that go into that.
There is no sexual market value other than what people assign it themselves to.
Which I agree. I mean, I'm agreeing with what you said about Danny DeVito being unattractive. And Rita, I'm trying to remember, don't remember his wife's name, but
the woman from Taxi, the woman from Cheers.
Yeah.
Basically.
I believe they met on the set of Cheers.
No, they met on the set of Taxi.
Okay, or yes, you're correct. That was before my time. Sorry. But I agree with what you were saying, that it's not just good looking with good looking and less.
No. I'm actually taking it a step further. Looks do make a part in physical attraction, but that only goes so far.
Yeah.
It's so far above what people actually attract, and it so far beyond what really matters. If I can't have a conversation with you, then I'm not going to want to sleep with you.
Yeah. I've tried to explain to some of the guys that I've talked to on the FA Discord that a lot of times, at least for women, for young women, they want to be with a guy who makes them feel good. A guy who makes them feel comfortable, who, laughs their jokes. For each girl, it's a little different, but a lot of it is girls want to be with a guy that they really like. And again, it's validation. Women like to be validated. Humans like to be validated. But I think for women, it goes a lot further. And this is one of the reasons why women will end up with men that are perceived to be less attractive. Or a lot of times guys are like, what is she doing with that guy? And like, he's not rich, he's not good looking.
So Crimson, could you please validate what kind of dispute you have with Bill? Because Bill isn't purely saying that looks alone are determined. So what was it about Bill that you disagree with?
Well, my main disagreement is the fact that, for one, saying someone has a mental deficiency or illness isn't an attack. There is one thing that needs to be addressed, especially in our country, especially with our culture, that there is mental health issues that are effective of a lot of people.
Well,
not only that,
this I wouldn't argue with you with. We do have mental health issues going on in this country. So I would agree that this plays into it as well. I think there's a whole lot of things that plays into what's going on in today's society when it comes to the dating arena or relationships, period. I think there's a whole combination of things. And and I've said this for a long time. Okay, I guess I want to say this to everybody, and then I just want them to respond after I say this, okay? Back in the day, when people met each other for a date, it was never about getting in bed or being successful sex, getting laid. It was about, now let me finish. I said, let me finish, okay? Now, this is what it was about. Back in the day, when people got together for a date, it was about two people coming together to see if they could get to know each other, if they had things in common, things in interest, if there was anything there. If they had something there, they might go on another date. And this is why some couples may have dated 4 or 5 years before they actually ever made a commitment to be with each other, for the fact they were taking the time to get to know one another. Okay. And this is one of the biggest mistakes I see in society. People don't take the time to get to know each other. Think of it this way: if you meet a female and she meets you, and you guys have more than one date, okay, you get to know each other, okay, and as you're getting to know each other, if things are meant to be, okay, then what's going to happen is you continue to date, you continue to see each other. Relationships is built. Real love does exist, but it cannot exist if it's not built. Today's society is
all
in
right. Look,
fast
look,
mode.
stop, look. You're gish galloping. We have to. If we're gonna have a conversation, we have to address points at a time. You're gish galloping. Now,
No, you're not telling me how to run my show.
No, let him proceed. Crimson, what were you going to say?
Now, what actually I want to address, that's a fallacy that everybody dated. Everybody that's just not true. That
No,
it was
that is
just
not.
this.
That's not so.
So you're telling me there was this issue. How long was that period of time where people just dated 3 or 4 times or dated for like 5 or 6 years? How long of that period of time was that?
Well, you know what? For every individual couple, that could be different, because some
What's
people might have that what you call a click, okay, and they have so much in common, like, and they enjoy each other's company, okay. But the main point, what I'm trying to say, is what you don't observe in today's society is people taking time to get to know one another.
my no? See, I'm
Bill,
asking you a
Bill,
question, Bill.
what
What
era are
question?
you talking about?
Oh,
Thank you.
Because our lifespan is significantly longer than it used to be. I can't imagine an 18-year-old woman waiting 5 years to get married when she's an old maid by 25 or 26 and she wants 2 or 3 children.
Oh,
That
I'm just
doesn't make sense to me that you would date for 5 years. 5 years?
I understand what you're saying. Okay, I can give you a little
Okay.
example of in air. Okay, I'm not going to go back when our lifespans were only 30, 40 years. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm not even asking that. I'm asking what decades, what time periods did that epoch last for the human beings? Because you forget up
Oh,
until
probably about 60 years, 70 years ago, they were doing 100% better than you are nowadays by doing that.
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. You
Wait,
what?
Bill, you're making the statement that 60 or 70 years ago, people dated for 3 to 5 years of
I
a
never
courtship.
did. I ever
That's
say?
what I was asking. I
Okay, no.
asked you if that's what you said. I
Mm.
asked if I didn't say that's what you said. I asked because that's what I heard.
Okay, first off, what I said is some people. I did not say 100% across the board. What I said is people took their time in dating and got to know each other, because that's what dating was
What,
originally
Bill?
designed for.
Bill, you made it sound like it was a trend, as if 50 to 60 to 70% of people did that.
No,
Not that like 5% of the population did that, but you made it sound as though you were saying the majority, or that there was a large trend.
well,
I understand when you
actually,
say people, you're not saying 100% of every single human. We all get that. We understand nuance. What we were asking is, at what era, and do you think that half of people courted? The term I use is courted, meaning with the intentions of marriage and family and lifelong relations. 3 to 5 years seems like an awful long time.
not really. How long?
No,
do you, how long
for
do you
back
think,
then.
How long?
For back then.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Well,
Yeah,
let's
that.
let's use reality.
Reality is, if I can actually look up stats, back in the 1800s, I believe a lot of people were married off through their families in under a year. I can look it up, but a lot of people just made it work. They might not even be in love. I mean, if you think about it, the dating marketplace is a very Western idea. I'm not saying they don't date in other cultures. That's a very westernized. We delay adolescence, we delay child labor, or child, I should say starting a family, not child labor. We delay a lot of things in the West that in other countries it's more common for a woman to become a mother by age 20.
They still have
date for 5 years.
I know on the far side of the Philippines and their culture.
no, they still have arranged marriages in some countries. Even in some
many
even in some Eastern European countries, they have arranged marriages.
And if it's not an arranged marriage, the families meet together and decide you may get to date 3 or 4 people, but you have to settle down with one of those 3 or 4 people.
I understand.
That's actually very common even today.
And I understand there's cultures where they had arranged marriages. Now, I've never personally agreed with that because I don't think somebody's parents should be picking out somebody else's partner.
I'm not opposed to it compared to what we have today. I'd rather have arranged marriages than hookup culture, to be quite honest.
Well, I don't agree with the hookup culture neither, though. Okay,
Bill, what would your ideal situation be in terms of how men and women should mingle before settling down?
Well, I wouldn't say she'd have to go, 3, 4, 5 years. I know some couples did, but that's not on a majority. I would say they need to date each other enough times to get to know each other, to see if they have a connection, to see if they have things of interest. Because the worst that could happen is you make a new friend. If you're not meant to be together, it don't mean that we never talked. We couldn't just be a friend.
So my question is, and here's the reason why I make the video. My specific problem is that a lot of people are targeting and saying that they're men that's lonely, when it's actually a cultural thing, this whole individualism that we are propagating, that a lot of people are finding themselves lonely. And just to say that it's a man's problem, it's happening with everyone. And no, I don't believe in forced or arranged marriages. I believe that we should actually go to more of a communal standard of people actually speaking and talking and learning how to connect with people outside of dating.
I agree with that.
I would agree with that.
And a lot of the problems you see with a lot of the TFLers and the incels is that they feel entitled, not entitled to have a companion, but they feel entitled that someone should, no matter what their opinion, should be with them. And that's a problem.
Okay, now let me tell you what TFL was really about. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't valid. Okay? Let me tell you what TFL was really about. Because this is actually going on. Okay, for whatever reason, and we can maybe discuss the reasons after I say this. But this is actually what I've observed with my own eyes, and I know it to be going on.
Before we go there,
let me finish what I'm saying here first. You're cutting me off all the time. Okay? So let me finish what I'm saying. TFL was originally about men who've done what society told them coming out of school and followed what everybody else did, and was constantly rejected in 1 to 5 seconds. And this trend continued for year after year after year. Okay? And when people say that don't happen, then you have to ask yourself, how could the pickup artist industry make the money and the seminars and the books and market them to sell them if this was not really happening? Because there would not be a market for it.
Well, I'd say it's definitely true that the problem affects both the sexes, not just males. Like because females might be able to get sex when they want, it doesn't mean that they're fulfilled.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Seriously. I argue with guys all the time who think that because women get hit on in a bar, because I can leave my home and 10 guys want to fuck me, that means I couldn't possibly ever deal with loneliness.
Well, but you know what? I agree with what you just said. Because the reality is that what I've observed people doing is this. Like you're walking down the street, Annika, with Monday, right? Some guy's gonna come along and look at the two of you. Now, maybe you ain't even a couple. Maybe you were sister and brother. Just give it an example, right? It could be a sister or brother. It could be a a cousin, two cousins together. You don't know the people, you've never met them in your life. And these guys are looking at them and making a judgment call. Oh, look at that girl. She's with that Chad, and they're using all this terminology. Now, they made an assumption without knowing these people, okay? So you don't know the first thing about them. And when a guy gets rejected in 1 to 5 seconds, he goes and does it again because everybody tells him you got to get on your big boy shoes, you get some game, go out there and approach, okay? And they'll go out and get advice and do this stuff, but it still happens, and it still happens, and it still happens. So then what happens is they become frustrated, they become angry, they become bitter. And the first thing that most people want to do is point their finger at them and say it's your fault if you would get out there and do this and this and this. But the problem with that is if these guys have already done everything you're telling them to do, okay, and you're repeating what they've already done over and over and telling them that they're not doing it when you don't know that they have and don't even know anything about them. Well, if you know you've already done it over and over and over, and you've gotten up off the ground and got up and did it again and did it again and did it again and keep failing, and then somebody keeps telling you the same thing over and over, you're going to get very irate because these people don't know you and they're making an assumption call.
Bill.
All right, so can
and
I
Crimson,
speak?
right after Crimson speaks, can I tell a short story?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
All right, cool. So no one actually who takes the time to actually address incel problems or TFL problems actually believes it's an issue of specifically confidence. A lot of the time, it is an issue of entitlement. That is a problem where they feel that
Whoa, you're getting quite far out there.
No, I thought I was going to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, it is an issue of entitlement where they feel that they deserve.
Oh my God! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Oh, really?
Bill, I'm sorry. That's my fault. I think because I posted your email address to Annika's stream, and she's got how many, like 50,000 subs, so that
Well,
explains that.
this is not normal for this show to have these people jumping in
Yeah,
here
I'm sorry.
like
I
that.
should have saved that for her direct messages on Twitter, so I apologize. Hey, Crimson, what were you just saying there?
Now, what I was saying is a problem of entitlement. It's a problem where you have people like Rogers who says, I'm the supreme gentleman. I deserve to have this, and I don't have this. You have a problem where you feel that where these guys feel that no, the only problem is that no one wants to sleep with them versus just saying, hey, maybe I have an attitude issue that I need to address. Not a confidence issue, but an attitude issues.
The most obvious response to that would be, say, in previous times, like 100 years ago or so, wouldn't 95% plus of men had been able to find a wife?
No,
actually, if you look at the genetics, actually the majority of men were not.
That's way
their
back.
Genetics died out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking like not so far back, but more.
So I'd like to tell a short little example. So earlier what you guys were talking about with the guys, like what Bill mentioned, the guys saying, I've asked out X amount of women, I keep doing it and you keep telling me to do it and I keep doing it and it's not working. There was a guy who sent Monday an email of it's GoPro footage from him on his bicycle. And he's telling Monday that he's asked out hundreds and hundreds of women. The guy is riding around on a bicycle on a sidewalk, nearly running over girls who are shopping. They jump out of the way and he goes, do you want to go on a date with me? And they're like, what the fuck? And then they step back. He just asked out 2 girls. Now he goes up to another girl. He harasses another girl. He goes, do you want to go out with me? And they're like, what? They don't know what's going on. And then he rolls up to another girl and he goes, you're really pretty. And he claims that he just asked out another girl. So this guy talks about how he's asked out hundreds of girls. He has video footage of himself going up to women, nearly running over them while they're trying to shop. And they're just out with their friends and their family. But this guy's been rejected thousands of times. That's not rejection.
And that's the entitlement that I'm exactly saying.
And he says, why can't, now this is a
Let me
real,
get in here.
okay. Sorry, I'm just giving that example
Okay,
because,
welcome, Steve.
because I've heard
Hello?
numerous guys make the claim that they've asked out thousands.
Okay, but most guys
Okay,
are not
first of
going
all,
to be.
let me make one point here. Annika, you're giving anecdotes. Okay, the anecdote is this: that some crazy guy on a bike's doing this. We're not talking. There's guys with $60,000 a year jobs that can't get a girlfriend, and they're not bad looking. Women.
What is their personality, though?
No,
What
their
is their personality?
Their personality isn't bad. That's nonsense. Listen, women make up their mind, and they make up their mind immediately if they like a guy. They have nothing to do with their personality. They don't pick up on your aura. They know right away from the start whether they're going to date you. Most women are in what are called perpetual dating.
Oh, we've been having the services so far tonight. Give Bill a second. Kick him out. There we go.
Yep, they're out again.
Well, Bill, most women are in dating limbo to begin with, okay? I'm never going to change my opinion on what TFL is. TFL is affecting millions of men. It's probably 35% of men in this country that are single by no fault of their own are TFL. And there is all these anecdotes you're giving about some crazy guy on a bike. It's just an example just to prove your point. It has nothing to do with what's really happening, Annika. And Annika, you have thousands of choices. Most men have zero choices.
Right.
I will agree that women have more choices than men. I live in a city where my choice, well, first off, I'm not single, so it doesn't matter. The other part of that is that I hear guys say that women have choices. I've talked to women and they'll give me a list of the guys that are pursuing them, and it's depressing. It's like guys who are 30, who have never had a job, who have never owned a car, who have lived with their parents forever. I'm not saying this is all guys, but I'm saying I've heard these girls say dating sucks. It sucks.
And I want to throw something else on that because I have several female friends. They say, or these guys who think that their money can carry the conversation, and they get with the guys and they try to have a conversation before anything goes anywhere, and it's, oh, want to fuck. Or the introduction is.
But that's not, most guys don't do that. I mean,
bullshit.
A lot of guys, it does feel, Steve, it does feel like a lot more guys are interested in getting laid and hooking up. It feels that way, and I've lived in multiple cities.
Okay, so
I don't buy that.
why is that such a bad thing if all a guy wants is one woman to hook up with, it only that? Okay, because ultimately TFL is about every man finding one woman.
Exactly.
Okay,
I said most of, no, I'm not saying he wants one woman forever to hook up. That's not what I said. A lot of guys want to
They want to get laid. It's all about
How can we
sex.
quantify that?
but a lot of girls want a relationship.
Yes.
I don't think
A lot of girls want a relationship, not a hookup.
Yeah, but most
Yeah, but you
Most
could
guys-
make the argument that they're just the chads and they're only a minority. Most men are actually looking for a relationship.
Yeah,
Just they're not
that's right.
given a chance.
Those guys need to start saying it up front.
okay, but Annika,
Well,
at the end
most-
of the day, nothing's going to be solved as far as men. Even if they get their game up and they do all the things that men are told. See, Bill defined it perfectly in the very early years of TFL back in 2007.
The honor of our glorious days, the promise of Allah will always remain. That fighting for His sake is the ultimate gain. That fighting for His sake is the ultimate gain. For the sake of Allah, we will march through the gates of the paradise. I will be that to wait. We commend that love that just as you love your life.
I don't know who's winning that.
The day and the night, the soldiers.
Now that kind of stuff right there pisses me off.
Just kick him out, Bill. All I'm Bill, at the very beginning of TFL, you said that a man goes through all those things. He dresses nice, he looks good, he tries to become a presentable man. I mean, that's why I came up with the term the pussy renaissance, because this really is a renaissance for women today, and they're not going to let go of this power.
So I'm sorry. How do we fix this issue if it's such a blatant issue? How do we fix this
It's
issue?
not going to be fixed. I don't offer hope. it's never going to be fixed. It probably in the next 10 years, the government is going, the mainstream media is going to report on this as the birth rate goes down. And it's not going to be, we're not going to solve this problem. It's going to be a very bumpy ride for the next decade, for especially millennial guys and this new generation.
I'm still, if the birth rate goes down, are you saying that we're gonna not have any more children?
No, what's going to happen is the government's just going to import more male labor, and women, of course, will hook up with these guys. If women do complain there's not enough men because they're dropping out, the government will just import more males. This is why TFL won't come to an end in my lifetime, because the government just loves bringing male immigrants in here, which they're always.
Do you really? Sorry, you really think domestic? Wait. Sorry, I was raised in Sweden. Do you really think that there's a big issue with domestic women hooking up with foreign men? That happens like once in a blue moon, hardly ever.
I realize that, but the normal state of women, Annika, today is dating limbo. They go years or months or years without even having a guy. So that creates an artificial scarcity or higher competition. So yes, men are pissed off. Hormonal birth control. Women are on antidepressants. Most women don't have a sex drive. Not the ones today do. They're not interested. At least that's my opinion.
Most women don't have a sex drive?
Most women today can give it up. Listen, they've got their friends, they got their wine tasting events, they've got their girlfriends. They don't listen. You go to a bar today. There's 50% of the
by most.
Yeah, go ahead.
By most, sorry. Every time I hear a guy say women don't have a sex drive, it's so weird to me because I'm a female and I have the majority of my friends are female, and it's something that we learn at a young age means a guy can't give a girl an orgasm. Not making a disparaging remark against you, but when guys think that women can't be sexually satisfied, it's usually on the guy. Yeah, I'm not being rude to you as a man. I don't know if you're married or not. I don't know what your sex life is like, but for guys to think
it's been non-existent for several years by no fault of my own.
I apologize. I am empathetic. And I want to let you know.
And it's not like I'm not out in the public. I think most guys, this is such a taboo subject to talk about. The reason why most guys won't get on here and talk about this is because it's a taboo subject, right, Bill?
Yeah. Steve, I understand and I am genuinely empathetic. I joined the stream once Bill told me, once Ron Fan told me what the stream was about, which is we need to fix the problems. He's familiar with me and he knows that I actually do give a shit. I think it's a lot of problems. I don't think it's one. There are a lot of women who are unhappy. Some of them are on antidepressants.
Yes, yeah.
Very few of them drink wine.
I thought you said you had a bookmark.
So I want to actually really address what has been a problem that's affected a lot of people.
Both numbers or just phone number?
The first thing that we need to really seriously address is the growing. Bill, you're.
Hold on a second.
You need to mute yourself.
I got to do this a little differently because I'm in the chat. Okay.
Bill, you got to mute yourself, man.
Right, but I got to get in here. And I got to keep.
Yeah, Bill, here you're coming through, so.
Because I don't want to be heard. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, good.
So anyhow,
all right.
Well,
so
I'm waiting in.
What are we saying,
right here.
Hear me?
Okay, the phone numbers.
So a lot of things that we need to address, we really need to address, in a lot of cases, income inequality, because the
762
big problem that a lot of people are facing are they have no time for self-discovery, they have no time to socialize because everybody's trying to work 3 and 4 jobs and that's causing a breakdown in our society. Also,
but when you say income inequality, on what level do you mean? Gender? Race, class,
class. Yeah. Because a lot of the destruction of the nuclear family was because one income did not suffice anymore to raise a family.
So now, are you advocating a raise of the minimum wage and women going back to home life exclusively?
No, I'm not advocating that. I'm advocating a raise of the wage and a decrease of the work life where we don't need to work 40 hours
a week. Thank you, Crimson. Okay. No human being should devote a third of their life to just going to a job. unless it's something you're passionate about, like it's something you love, like you're a woodworker and you want to do nothing more than woodwork 14 hours a day, then have at it. But I go to an office. I have a 40-hour-a-week office job.
I have a 50-hour-a-week office job, so I understand.
Yeah, and I love my job. I love my role, but I don't think a human being should live like a bumblebee in the sky in a little glass box 40 hours a week. And that's what I do.
I know a 40-hour week would be a very good idea.
I think it should be more like 4 hours a day max. I think 15 to 20 hours a week. That's what I propose.
But also, before that, we'd have to fix the family first of all.
Everything needs to happen at the same time.
That would fix a lot of intrapersonal relationships, because you would actually have time to build yourself up. And when I say build self up, I don't mean in the sense of confidence. I literally mean that people need to self-evaluate. People need to actually learn just a modicum of empathy to understand that other people are having issues, not to pity them, but to understand that we all need motherfucking help. We all have an issue where something is affecting us, not just men, not just women, but we all need to address this. This is my biggest problem with movements like that. It just says, well, this particular group is targeting me. No, no one is actually forcing somebody to be lonely. The only thing
they're being forced. They don't have a choice. Most guys don't have. That's why me and Bill have been so popular amongst this group, because we understand that this problem is only getting worse. We can philosophize it all day long about what guys need to do, but the bottom line is
forced loneliness. The term forced loneliness is a bit too much, I think, because Monday has been looking for a new term to address.
You guys, one thing that freaks girls out though is when we feel like, and maybe not myself, because I see this from a different standpoint. A lot of women are very scared when they hear men use terms like "I'm forced lonely," because what we hear is, okay, what does this guy expect?
But on the other side, Annika, Forever Alone, the TFL guys have been saying that that's a bit too internally focused. It's more like
we need to heal society. I'm on the same page as Crimson here. I think that he and I agree quite a bit on everything that I've heard him say so far.
But it's Forever Alone.
The problem is not that men are inferior. It's that women are. There's never been a time in history where women have had this type of. There's such a lopsided mindset in the dating scene today.
Women have always. No, that's not true. Women have always carried the baby and had the egg. Every society has always protected the women and the children first. Every society in history, or else we wouldn't still be here today.
But at the same time, men
war brides. Are you familiar with what war brides are?
Yes, I know what war brides are.
Okay, so the men would go steal women. Why? Because women have value, because we have an ovum. It's not
you're
just
going very, very far back there in that example.
Okay, today no. During the Obama administration. Remember the Bring Back Our Girls, hashtag Bring Back Our Girls? That was war brides. They were stealing teenage girls and not to do their hair. They were stealing teenage girls to impregnate and make as war brides. That's what the Bring Back Our Girls hashtag was on Twitter.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, go ahead, Mitchell.
Okay, number one, the other guy who was on there earlier, like, we all have problems. A lot of us today have a lot more complex issues, both the men and the women. We're all pretty much in the same boat. And the reason why we're having issues with loneliness, it's a lot more complex than that. A lot of it, unfortunately, does, have to do with ourselves and where we're at that time in our lives. There's a lot of different factors, but
I know one big factor. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know one big factor. There is a market benefit.
That's our troll who's mimicking Annika again.
Go ahead, Crimson.
A lot of it is a marketing factors. I don't know if you guys actually heard of a YouTuber called Peter Coffin, where he actually has a video about individualism, this false sense that we You should stand on your own. And not only that, it's more insidious than that because there is a marketing to say it's all about you. It's all about you. You should stand on your own. It's all about you. And it causes a breakdown of our societal norms of socializations. Humans evolved to be a social creature. And look, there are definitely things that have changed due to our advancement of technology. For one, the internet is probably the best tool we ever fucking created, but it's also the worst tool that we created. It's like we gave everybody telepathy. In a limited sense, we gave everybody telepathy.
Yeah. What you're saying there about the changes in the social order and technology, I'm sure no one here would disagree with that, but a lot of people would say that that has favored women disproportionately, and that's kind of what we're arguing about.
So here's the thing: if that was the case, there would be no women that are lonely.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you there as well. I'm just saying.
See, just because you can't hold somebody under your heel doesn't mean that they're dominating you.
Yes, both the genders are losing out.
In more recent times, women have gained more. I don't want to say respect, but they've gained a lot more, like the right to vote. They have a lot more rights, but they don't have the same responsibilities as men. So because women were, I don't want to use the word disenfranchised, but because we were in a patriarchy for years and years and years, and some countries still are. Now that women have equal rights under the law, in some ways they have more rights, like in family court system, they don't have the same responsibilities.
So you actually made a very great point.
Women have no freaking agency. Agency means that when women commit a crime, like molest a child, like a teacher, they don't get the kind of same sentences. Okay, so we know that women get away with a hell of a lot more. And
that's what I just said.
Yeah,
that's literally what I just said.
And men are just pussy whipped in this world. And even men that
it's not about being pussy whipped, man. Look, here, it's that performative toxic ass masculinity. I have a daughter. I literally would take her to the park and people would give me strange stares because I chose to spend time with my young child. Nobody forces that on men, as a sense of somebody says no, men can't spend time with their young child. It is a performative toxic ass masculinity. You can be masculine without being fucking toxic. And it is Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, and a good example is women. If a woman at age 18 says she wants to be a stay-at-home mom, that's her dream. She wants to have 3, 4, 5 kids. Other women say things like, "Don't you want to do something with your life? Like, don't you want more than just being a sow?" It's that same thing.
Or even that same thing about men saying, "Hey, I want to be a stay-at-home dad," and it's this whole performance. It's like, well, a man should be a breadwinner.
Okay, but Crimson, you there? You've just used the term toxic masculinity
No, I said no. That's not what I said. I said toxic performative masculinity.
Okay, whatever it is, but don't you see that you're going to get curried up on that in any case? What do you mean by toxic masculinity?
Okay, so one of the main things that I mean by toxic masculinity, performative masculinity, false stoicism. This whole sense that men can't show emotions.
Yeah, but isn't it true that men are less emotional than women by nature?
No, definitely not. It is not true by nature. We are.
They display emotion differently. They're just as emotional. They just react differently to different stimuli.
Yeah, no,
so
that's
we
true.
say they're working out of logic, or we say men get so angry when women cry.
We are socialized. We are socialized to say men are supposed to act that way.
No, I'm saying it's completely natural to the male being that they display emotions less. They're more thought-based and more rational, or whatever you have it. Whereas women are better at emotional. So women are kind of Men
I think women are more masculine. I think women are more rational. Look at the career choices. Women are making more on average now than men.
Oh no.
Right? If
No,
anything, it's
wait.
men.
I want to address that. Women are making more. That's only because of the fact that a lot of the factory jobs that men used to have, a lot of the physical labor jobs, have either been phased out or first moved from the north to the south and then moved out of the country so corporations can make a lot more profit.
Yeah, capitalism is the problem. That's my viewpoint.
Now,
but in terms of men and toxic masculinity, they can't display feelings or whatever. Isn't that just a natural propensity? Like men are better at, like women are kind of shallow. Women are shallow thinkers and men are shallow feelers, and it's that difference that causes the actual attraction, which makes them come together.
No, because we're socialized to believe that. We're socialized to believe that. For instance, how many times have you seen a young man try to teach his son, boys don't cry?
Yeah, they may teach that, but that is generally the case.
No, that's taught at a young age where minds are very impressionable. And that causes an issue where, and I'm not saying that
telling
people
boys
should be
not to cry in public, stuff like that.
Yeah, in public versus private, that's the difference.
Well, I think men are just as emotional. They express it differently. Yeah, they express it. But just so you know, Monday actually did a video about this recently, or he talked about it in the live stream, I don't remember, about how a lot of it is the reason they're socialized is for the safety of the group. Because if you have, say, back in the day, if you had men that showed what we perceive as weakness, they're crying, so we see that as weakness, they would actually be attacked by another group. Does that make, because the men are supposed to be the big strong ones that they're the ones that when the village is under attack, they run around and they're rescuing people. They're not crying, they're not freaking out. The women are the ones who have to flee.
Yeah, men are trying to kind of differentiate themselves from women, and women are more emotional, so they try and take on opposite characteristics.
I don't think men aren't as emotional. I think that when it comes down to it, shit hits the fan and men are the ones who are responsible. If a family starts struggling financially, nobody ever tells the woman to go out and get a job. They always shit talk the guy for letting the family go broke. Does that make sense? Like, men have to be the responsible ones no matter what in our society.
They deal on the public sphere, so they do everything to do with conflict, so they have to be more aggressive.
If men weren't emotional, we wouldn't have war.
Yeah, no, that is true. But
we wouldn't have nukes, stuff like that. I mean, men are emotional. They just express it differently than women. So it's very easy for guys to say women are emotional and men aren't. It's bullshit. Take a guy's kid away from him and let's see if he gets emotional.
Yeah, I mean, and again, women are much more pragmatic when it comes to their career paths, and that's also capitalism favoring them economically. I mean, a guy can't. I'm single male. There's going to be a creepiness factor if he applies to become a nurse or a teacher at an elementary school.
Maybe years ago, not so much anymore. Actually, teaching and nursing are professions, and being a chef are professions that are held by men at almost the same rate.
At the end of the day, women don't give a damn about men being forced into a life of involuntary celibacy. I don't think you give a damn either. I mean, I'm trying to be respectful.
No, wait, Steve, don't get
No, but I don't think you care. I don't think most Girl Rights Watch, another one, she doesn't care. I think that they've infiltrated the men's movement so that they could get guys to be
I'm not involved in the men's movement.
Yeah, but men are, most
I
of the
wouldn't
men.
go that far. Steve, just try and calm it down, because we want to keep her on for a while and have a good conversation.
But I'm not involved in the men's movement. I give a shit about humans.
Yeah,
can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Alienation on both sides is a very serious issue. It's affecting everybody, and it's rough out there.
Women, Mitch. Women are not being affected by loneliness. That's a laugh when you say women are lonely. Are you kidding me?
Happen.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen.
I don't see lonely women.
I've seen attractive professional women.
But
are you familiar with the stats in the UK? 1 in 5 women at age 45 has no children. Only 10% of that 20% of women, only 10% is it by choice. Very, very few women are single and childless by age 45 in the UK, which is considered the West.
I can sleep with 100 guys. I can still find a good guy when I'm ready because guys are so desperate today. They'll
That's
settle
not,
for me.
I said by choice. The
Yeah,
rest, many of them, it's a medical condition or it's circumstances. This whole women just have all these amazing dicks at their disposal. Are you fucking crazy? You think women don't deal with forced loneliness as well? Just because they can get a dick. You think because we, sorry to stomp on you, but women being able to get laid does not make us not lonely.
Yeah, but no, but yes, they have a better psychological mindset. They don't go through life. They're always justified. I mean, you know, daddy's little girl is also going to be mommy's little girl. Women are much more valued. I would recommend that any guy out there, don't, if you can select the sex of your child, have a girl, because she's got her life cut out.
Yeah, no, listen, because Annika, I did invite you on.
The ovaries
would be on here,
are what we value, not the woman. We value the person who carries the egg. Yeah, it's not the woman. Women get tossed aside just like men. And yes, in the legal system, it is definitely tilted in the favor of women. I am against that. I'm for egalitarianism in the legal system. I don't.
Against it, but you're being against it doesn't change the reality, Annika. So you
being against what? What do you think I'm against?
You say you're against the favoritism of men or women in the legal system, but
yes,
that's because you know it'll never be changed. It's easy for you to take.
That's not true. I'm an egalitarian when it comes to those matters.
Yes, but you know that position is never going to happen.
You don't know me, but just keep telling me who I am. You know nothing about me.
I'm not saying
yeah,
I know.
Steve, I didn't.
And this is an example of why you get these men who said that women get all the dicks, because they sit up there and have this whole perception that, oh yeah, wow, ooh, women can get dick whatever they want. That's not the case.
Well, yeah, they can get whatever whenever
many
they want,
women don't want dick; they want relationships. The fact that men keep focusing on the sex,
Annika, why aren't you
not focused on the sex?
Why is your whole life been on dating? You talk about all the guys you've dated. I've dated.
I have not dated. I've hardly dated anybody.
Why aren't you with one guy? Why is it multiple
because he died. Because I'm a fucking widow. You guys have made fun of me being a widow so many fucking times. I am sick. Bullshit. I have videos made about me on YouTube mocking me because my fucking husband died. Fuck you.
Wait, Annika,
I'm sorry about this.
Okay, 50 or 150 choices to choose from within a 1 mile radius of you, let alone if you move to a new town, boom, you got 150 more choices within a 1 mile radius. And this is something that you're so used to. See, a woman doesn't even have to have a good reputation anymore. All she's got to do is be mildly flirtatious, have a vagina, have mediocre.
Our trolls copying everybody in the room.
Is Annika gone, Bill?
Yes, she did.
I didn't kick her out. Hey, Bill, listen to what I'm saying here. I'm not going to buy into this. I've heard this argument before, okay? I'm not being a softie on this TFL issue, Bill. You can't back down to this crap. We know TFL's real. What are we going to do?
Yeah, but I think she was with Monday. We wanted to talk to Monday, so we should have kept her on for a bit longer.
No, because it's
Monday won't come on.
He won't come
Monday
on.
was with her.
Yes, Monday was with her. Monday was with her, but he slid to the side. He didn't even want to be in the video.
Yeah, you know what, Bill? Are you angry at me for if I got her off of here? Are you pissed at me?
Get that fucking bitch out of here!
Okay, hold on. I don't know.
Bill, I hope you're not.
I'm not angry with you, Steve.
Okay, Bill, I'm gonna let you talk.
The only thing that I do, you know, if Annika's lost a husband and she's a widow at a young age.
I didn't know that. First of all, she never told me. Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, I didn't know that neither till she said it. Okay.
But that's the problem where you assume that, oh, because I can't get laid and everybody else is having fucking sex. That's the fucking problem.
We're not focusing on getting laid. We're focusing on finding one good woman.
Exactly. TFL is not about getting laid. It's about
Get out of
finding
here with
one
that getting
good
laid
woman.
bullshit.
I don't want to hear about getting laid because true TFLers are not about getting laid. They're about meeting one good woman who will become friends and a mate to grow old with. That's what they're about. They're not about getting laid, okay? And so anybody that says that's full of crap. because that's not what TFL is about.
I have a suggestion, dude.
Thank you.
If it's about being lonely, go find you a companion of the same sex and not fuck that person. If it's about being lonely, it's not about being lonely because nobody would do that if they complain about it. Everybody would do that if it's about being lonely.
Okay. See.
Yeah, but come on, you can't just get
this is
the guys who can.
It's misperception on his side because, okay, you can have a companion of the same sex and go out hunting, fishing, doing whatever you want. Okay, but that doesn't take the desire to want to have a mate of the opposite gender to be your best friend to do that stuff with, and not a man. That doesn't take that away.
No, it doesn't.
So
because we have like a spiritual, strong desire to be with, even spiritually, we have a strong desire of being with someone of the opposite sex, especially the fact that we're all heterosexual.
True.
Hello, can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yes.
It's the guy from Van Nuys. That girl's making me suicidal.
Why is she making you suicidal?
Just the way she's talking.
Okay, so here, let me ask you this, man. I'm sorry. What's your name?
Richard. I called last.
So Richard.
Yeah, I'm suicidal and on SSI and living in a group home.
So here, the first thing I need you to do, man, is actually speak with somebody because we don't need you hurting yourself. We don't need you hurting yourself because you're upset about
God damn it.
That stupid troll.
The promise of Allah.
Can you get him out of here? Damn.
So
can't you get rid of that person that keeps calling in doing this?
Well, I just want to say nothing. You need to talk to someone if you're, feeling that way.
No, I've never attempted it. I don't have the guts to, so don't worry about that. I'm never going to do it.
You need to talk to somebody, but.
I almost went to a hospital today. I've been in the psych hospitals quite often in my life.
Oh, okay. So I need
somebody actually made me feel a little better today, so I told them to cancel it.
No,
buddy,
don't cancel it.
If you have free counseling resources available, take advantage of it.
No, I didn't say counseling. I said counsel the paramedics that pick me up and take me to the psych hospital.
It's okay if you need to actually go and actually speak with someone to get monitored. It's okay, dog. Call them back up and tell them that you need help. You should not be calling onto an internet forum and asking for help that way.
No, I'm a little bit okay than I was earlier today. I'm okay now.
Look, self-harm is not a good thing. If you're having thoughts of self-harm, you need to actually speak with someone.
I just told you I'm okay right now.
But those things don't just go away. I need you to go speak with somebody. So I need you to actually speak with someone. It's okay.
Are you trying to make me not be in the chat? Because I need to talk. I need to talk to people.
But we're not who you need to talk to. You need to speak with the professional.
Oh, yeah,
it's okay.
I'm a TFL. Believe me, I'm a TFL. Stop saying that to me. You're trying to hang up on me. It's like some of the crap I was going through last week.
Yeah, anyhow.
I can't participate with this if y'all going to actually continue this conversation with somebody like that. I'm done.
Oh, really? Good, go then.
Okay, he's gone.
Good. He was really getting on my nerves too, and that lady.
Okay, I don't care if he can't participate in it because the reality is
trying to tell me that I'm not TFL, that I'm just real crazy. Period.
She had her fucking hair. She saw it.
Oh, man. Can you get him out of here?
The only reason I'm going to find out is
permanently removed to get out of here. Bill, can you permanently remove that idiot?
Yeah, by cutting everybody off in this chat and changing the ID, and then nobody gets back in.
Wait, I thought if somebody was like that, I thought you could ban them from the chat.
Believe me, if Bill could do it, he would have done it already. Like, I can vouch for him there.
And they are making new names and coming back under new names. If they continue to do it, what will happen is I will change it to a random meeting ID, and I will email people the random ID number, and they won't be getting the ID number again. Because if I don't know them, they won't be welcome.
What, does he have like 100 different channels or something?
The trolls to dedicate their life to creating new profiles and doing it over and over. It's what you call sick people. We live in a very sick world. Okay?
Hey, Bill, I wanted
to
ask
hold on
you
a minute.
something.
Hold on a minute. Steve, go ahead.
Bill, I hate to be the spoiler. I'm not going to listen to Annika. She's not going to talk me down. She's going to try to bully and dominate the conversation. You and I are we understand the TFL problem. I've heard every argument that, women, we all know women desire, or men desire women more than the other way around. But the TFL issue isn't going to be resolved by trying to rationalize these stupid arguments with these last two people that were on here.
No, they're trying to rationalize it. What I was going to bring up before I keep fighting to keep patrol out of here and interruptions, I was going to start bringing up the root cause of TFL and the dating scene problem and see if these guys even knew where it come from. Because I'll bet you they don't.
Are they willing to address the demographics issue of 107 men for every 100 women worldwide? No. That right there tells you that.
I have a question for you guys. What do you think of this? The way the world is today, it seems like nowadays a gay man has a better chance of getting a gay lover than a man has of getting a woman.
Well, I don't know.
What do you think? I don't know. I really believe that in the society we live in today, a gay man has a better chance of finding a gay lover than a man has of finding a woman.
Okay.
Well, that's an absolutely silly statement. That's like saying someone has a better chance of plucking grass off their lawn than winning, I don't know, a jackpot or something.
Yeah, how can we quantify that? A lot of it comes down to luck, being at the right place at the right time. But the odds for men are getting increasingly tougher. It's just
what, you think it would even be that way with gay men too, getting another man in their life?
Well, I don't think that's relevant to the topic.
A man who's a trainee has an easier chance to get a woman than a straight man does. Go figure that out.
I agree with that. Yep, especially a much higher chance than an average masculine-looking straight man. If you're an effeminate-looking guy, you can write your ticket in certain. You can write your ticket in certain instances.
The dating scene. Annika really doesn't care about TFL. She doesn't. She comes across, she's trying to wrap hamster brain and rationalize the BS. I'm not going to be bullied, Bill, because she's a female and she's attractive. I am not falling for that crap. I'm tired of it because I've seen the manosphere does this shit all the time, and nothing she said to me other than, you think women just get women have choice. The bottom line is, psychologically speaking, they suffer a lot less than men do, and there's no doubt about it. I don't think at the end of the day they look at their lives and they think men have to suffer in silence, and that's why the suicide rate amongst men is a lot higher.
Yes.
And homelessness.
Can I ask you something, Steve? I watched a video you did with Bill this morning, and there was a link. Is that the one from That's Not Appropriate link?
Yeah. Well, there was a link.
Is that her? Was that her that called?
No, I don't know if that was Annika. Annika's a different person, but that girl in the video was not Annika. No, that was.
Well, who was that? Because it was on your channel this morning, and you were talking to Bill, and there was a link. I pushed the link, and I seen this this woman complaining because there's a movement trying to go around make women great again.
Yeah, well, there's a movement. There's a guy trying to sell women a course for $2,000 to how to get the great guy in your life. But it's ridiculous because a woman, if she wants a man, she doesn't need a course. She just changes her ways. I don't know. Let me ask you a question, Bill. What does you think the motive of Annika is? Why is she involved in this movement now? All of a sudden,
I think there's other motives behind it.
yes,
Okay?
of course there is. Yeah.
I think there's an agenda behind it.
Anyway, here, guys, I'm just talking to Annika there, and she says she might be coming back on.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna. If she gets on, I'm gonna get off because I'm gonna get off this.
No, but
thing.
listen, Steve, Monday is with her, and he's going to be talking as well. He said he would.
You know
So
what? I'm
come
not
on,
afraid
Steve.
of her.
There's no
She
point
gets on,
in.
I'll cuss her out. I will.
I would like to ask Monday, why does he blame the victim for his problems? And
Yeah,
a
no,
guy
Bill,
that's living
but
TFL,
Steve, you can
go
ask
ahead.
these questions, but you can do it in a calm and composed manner. You know, there's no need to just go completely off on
I
a
know.
tangent when you're spoken to them.
So emotional. I've been 12 years in this thing, and then I realized that.
I understand, but on
I
a
know.
tangent when you're spoken to them.
So emotional. I've been 12 years in this thing, and then I realized.
I understand, but at the same time.
Understand. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna. I'll be very calm, but
It's only a matter of tone. Like, that's all.
I'm not gonna. I'll be very calm, but
it's only a matter of I know you have good things to say.
That's all.
There's an echo there. I don't know if it's.
I'm not gonna bully the conversation. I want to.
I know you have good things to say.
Hey, I'm not afraid of her. If she gets back on here,
I want to put. I'm gonna pause.
Hey, I'm not afraid of her. If she gets
I'm
back
not
on
afraid
here,
either, and this is the problem. Even Robert, who used to be
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Like, if you were to say the exact same things you said there, but just in a calmer tone, it would have been fine.
Yeah, but I think,
I think
Anna wants to say that other guy on the show, he's a lost cause. I really can't despair.
Because Steve, you have the ability to go on for hours debate, so I don't see why you shouldn't exercise it and get into a proper discussion.
I can do it, and we'll be here. But I think that the bottom line is, at the end of the day, no one's changing my opinion on TFL. It's a problem that's getting worse, and it's not getting any better. And we can philosophize and talk about self-improvement, and we can talk about getting a better paying job. It doesn't freaking matter, because at the end of the day, TFL was socially engineered by our government, and they through social engineering in the media, and it's just gotten worse and worse. And it's not getting any better. And Bill's done a great job at talking about the social engineering end of this, because I mean, every TV show we have demonizes men, and so we don't really have a fair debate, because no matter what I say, I mean, let's face the fact: it's like a get-rich-quick scheme. Somebody can rationalize why becoming an Herbalife salesman is going to work, but at the end of the day, 99% are going to drop out of it.
Okay, Annika says she's coming back on. So, like I said, Steve, you have the intellect. You can talk to her.
I'm pausing my mic. I'll talk later. I'm going to just pause it and listen to it. Thank you. Thank you.
that person can't scare me away.
Bill, could you
if Bill
invite
don't
Annika
mute me,
there?
I'll tell her off. If Bill won't mute me, I'll tell her off.
Listen, whoever that is, sorry, I don't know.
No, you're not going to tell
just
her
be
off.
calm. Just be calm. We can have a proper discussion. This is it's a worthwhile endeavor. Like, TFL and FA are practically they're the same thing. Like, we should unite. And
well, if we can get on the same page,
Bill,
but we're not going to go through phony bullshit and say how blah 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 and put it back on the man again. This is
like, obviously it's a woman we're talking about. She's going to have a different perspective, and we can have a discussion. There shouldn't be any shouting down between.
Well, no, I'm not going to shout at anybody. You know, I didn't feel good about the shouting that was going on, but I understood what Steve was saying, because he's correct.
Yeah, he's making good points, but
she was using one guy in a video to label that on every guy in the world.
Yeah, that was an anecdote. That wasn't a good argument. You're true, but
although I liked when she said that stoicism was bad for men, that this entire societal expectation for men to be
exactly. We could have just followed on from there and have a very good discussion, but 2 minutes later, like, she was storming out. Anyway, Bill, could you invite her back into? She's asking for an invite to the Zoom chat.
I can invite her back.
Although I don't think TFL and FA and Forever Alone are exactly the same, primarily because I feel TFL is more rooted in reality, like objective facts. Like there's 107 men for every 100 women worldwide. What does that do? That leaves about 80 million men who are guaranteed to never find a woman, for starters. So how can you
What's the emphasis on the circumstance, the environment, and FA puts it on the individual subject.
Can I speak for a second, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, Mitchell.
Like, as far as numbers, as far as demographics, it also depends on, like, you know, the state that you're located in, the country you're located in. A lot of different factors.
Right.
I mean, it depends on where you're at. It depends on, like, what state you're located in, what region of the country you're located in, the type of career that you're in. It also depends on, you know, a lot of people that are caught up in this situation are people that have, like, some kind of learning difference, like Asperger's or dyslexia, and that could play a big part in it too, unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No doubt.
Hold on, guys. Annika, I'm really sorry for what happened with you earlier.
I have had so many FAs and incels and MGTOW talk about my situation. First off, I've had very, very, very few sex partners in my life. I got married. He fucking died. I'm sorry that I became single.
I think we'd like to collectively say we're very sorry about what happened.
Nobody has
with your
to.
husband
Okay,
and,
I didn't mean to flip out the way I did. I understand you. Maybe women are more emotional. I've had so many of these guys just assume they know everything about me. I've been making content since 2006. I've been a very consistent person. Very consistent. I've never changed my story as far as I didn't date for a long time. I had awkwardness too. I am empathetic, and it's not because I give a shit about the manosphere. It's because I care about human beings. Because I would like to think that someday my grandchildren won't have problems dating.
Okay,
I don't think men blaming women and women blaming men is how we're going to fix this.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, we haven't.
Okay, hold on. I want to go on 1 second here. I want to say, you know, my end goal for a long time now, I've been fighting against division in society. And it's amongst both genders. It's never been one-sided, okay? But when I talk about the social engineering and media, and I talk about NWO, I will tell you that is the root cause of the majority of the problems in today's society and the relationships. And when people say no, it ain't, I'll give you some fine sign examples, okay? Chelsea Clinton is on the board of the directors for Tender. Okay, now we also have the Georgia Guidestones, and anybody that says it's a conspiracy theory, I invite you to go down to Georgia, stand next to your conspiracy theory, read it, touch it, feel it, take its picture. Okay, and when you think of the price of one tombstone, and you look at the size of these stones and the different tongues that are wrote on them, giving the message to the public, you realize this costed millions of dollars to stand up. Then when you realize that, you realize whoever put this up means their message, which is true. My problem is this. They want to bring the population of the world down to a certain number. Then they would never want that number to rise above that number ever again. How would you ever do that? There's only one way I could think if you ever did that. You would have to come after the dating arena, because where do babies come from? Men and women. So if you divide and conquer, under divide and conquer, which has gone on forever, I mean, look at history. It replays itself over and over and over. Okay? And do you think it's an accident that it keeps replaying itself? You know, people want to say NWO is a conspiracy theory. Well, they have major leaders who have told it to them right in their face. You know, when I can show you thousands of examples of big people telling you NWO, and when you lay out what they're doing, you come into the dating arena, it only comes down to one thing.
Instead of going into the hardcore conspiracy stuff, I think more constructively we could deal with the similarities between TFL and FA, because we were getting into that a little bit earlier and saying that TFL.
Also, I will admit women don't have the problems to the same extent that men do with the loneliness,
Well,
in the
even
same ways.
yeah. It
That's
might be
not to
same
say
extent or
women don't
similar
deal with
extent, but
loneliness.
different ways in
Yeah.
different
That's why I
respects.
mentioned the stats in the UK, which is a very Western country, that out of the 1 in 5 women at age 45 that are childless, only 10% of those women that are childless at 45 is it by choice. The rest, another 10% of it, it's medical problems, for actual fertility issues. They've had multiple miscarriages, multiple, just for whatever reason, they cannot get pregnant or carry a child to term.
That part I agree with.
That 80% of that 1 in 5, that 80% of that 1 in 5, it's horrible circumstances. It's just some women, they were dating a guy for a few years, they were courting, and then by the time, and they think they're going to get married, the guy dumps them, whatever, for whatever reason, the relationship ends. By that point, the woman, it's too late for her to just find a new guy to settle down and have a family. Does that make sense? It's not just women saying, oh, I have all these choices. There are a very few minority of women that have that problem. That is not the majority. That's like saying every incel just needs to take a shower. There's maybe like 10 incels that need to take a shower. The rest, there's a whole host of issues.
Well, number one, there's the cost of having a child and whatnot. Is you have to take that into account for childlessness. It's just expensive out there. I think a lot of those women were sort of hoping and keeping their fingers crossed that they could, jump from that $50,000 a year HR position to maybe like a $110,000 executive position, so they could afford a child. Right? They're putting off having children from their 20s, 30s, 40s through no fault of their own. It's just the cost of living.
This is where the affirmation comes in. We affirm women, like what I was saying earlier. If you continue to tell women that it's good for them to put their career first, they're going to continue to do that. It's that we need to raise up women who decide to have families at a young age. The other problem is, now that so many women are in the workforce, the wages have decreased significantly. We can't just kick all the women out of the workforce.
Yes, that
is
is.
that Annika in the chat?
Yes, it is, Warren.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Welcome, Warren.
It's going to be a slow. It's a process.
Yeah, it is true, and both sides need to meet each other in the middle. That's the solution.
It's a process. We can't take away women's right to vote and take away their right to work, and everything's going to fix it.
You know what,
flip the fuck out.
You know what, Annika? I've actually argued that point with guys before, because they get so angry and bitter, and they say, well, we need to go back to when the women are only in the house and not in the workplace, and women shouldn't be allowed to vote. And when I hear that, it fires me up, because
there's a lot less.
Yeah.
Okay, Bill.
Less patriarchal.
My main thing is you can't have equality and chivalry. It's got to be one or the other, right? But if you put women on the front line to protect the country, I mean, you're kind of putting your men in the battlefield in danger. And the women too. I mean,
what if women were so happy they didn't want to vote? What if we affirmed women who decided to be stay-at-home mothers and encouraged them to be wives at a younger age? What if we encourage those positive behaviors, and then we had fewer women in the workforce? Now we can only do this if we don't have an influx of migrant labor that's going to continue to suppress the wages. But if men were making more money because there were fewer people in the workforce, we need to encourage women to make the right decisions, not just blame them because we're mad at them. Because these women have been programmed from a very young age. When I was really little, I remember at like age 5, I wanted to grow up to be a doctor, astronaut. Little girls are taught from a very young age to aspire to be something other than a stay-at-home mother. What we need to do is we need to encourage women from a very young age to be happy with being a mom, that's something that you can aspire to, and that has value, as opposed to that's what you do if you have no value.
Well, yes, I can't imagine how Steve was getting confrontational with you if those are your views. That all sounds very agreeable to anyone.
He sort of claimed to kind of know me, which is why it was weird and why I sort of flipped the fuck out, because I've had other YouTubers make videos about.
Well, I don't think Steve meant it as in he knows you. Okay.
No, it was just his tone. He's not normally like that. It's just because it was.
He assumed that I've had multiple sex partners, that I've slept around at some point. I've never ever been into hookup culture.
I don't think
or
he
that I've
assumed that
dated a
last
lot of
baby.
guys, and you said that I've spoken about all the guys I've dated. I've gone on dates with men. I've not dated in the sense that I've not slept around.
I don't believe that you've slept around. I don't believe 90% of women have any interest in sleeping around, to be perfectly honest. I think most and more so the millennial generation and younger, Gen Z or whatever, they seem to have zero interest in men whatsoever. They're perfectly happy out with their girlfriends, you know, their
that's a perspective that seems to go around, like emanating from Steve and his views. I'm not so sure about that. What do you think, Annika? Steve and many people in these circles talk about women going their own way.
I do see a
men
trend.
are simply,
I will agree.
Women are simply disinterested. That's current position.
Yes.
I do agree that a lot of women find solace in other things besides relationships with men.
But I do think that we live in a day and age where serial monogamy is that's the stage we're in right now. It's like a hypergamous which is between a monogamous and a well, I don't think it's going to be a polygamy. I think it's going to be more likely a polyandry society we're moving towards. But you know, that's the thing. I mean, you know, the average beta bucks guy, whatnot, or he might not be sleeping around if you don't have enough options to. But a lot of like really in-demand men and women and shit like that are going to be sleeping because people aren't going to be as good as the number of options they have. In general, I'm not saying every case necessarily, but
well, I personally feel that true forced loneliness or people feeling alienated, it's a lot more complex than men, women, the feminists, all that. It's just something that's very complex.
It's like a zeitgeist. The zeitgeist has changed significantly since the 70s. You know, it seems like in the 70s, people, and this was largely due to the economy favoring your average Joe. You know, people were seemed to be more open, more down to earth. You know, you could approach a stranger, have a conversation, maybe get to know them. That's what I've heard anyway.
I remember I'm a child of the 70s, and back then it was a lot easier to approach it like a total stranger, even say hi to strange women, and they weren't likely to get freaked out like they would today.
I think the media controls us through fear, not to get all conspiracy, but I remember when I was younger seeing articles about children being kidnapped. Do you know how fucking rare it is for a child to get kidnapped from a stranger? Like the majority of kidnappings are the parents during a custody battle, but it gets considered a kidnapping. Also, we tell women to fear men because they're going to rape you, because we talk about the few incidences within a city of like some crazy guy getting off the bus and raping a woman. That's so rare that happens. But we act like that's 1 in 3 women that happens to. The majority of rapes that happen, actual rapes, are by people that you know. A lot of times it's a family member, especially if it's a child. It's somebody that's a childminder or somebody who has access. You have to have proximity in order to sexually assault.
To be honest with you, I mean, because this became almost meme worthy ever since the 90s. I remember back when I was a young teen, I'd go up to the Rialto, and every night you hear probably one out of every 3 women saying, "Oh, this random guy raped me." They built up a pack of white knives, and I don't buy that shit, man. I do think real rape happens, but I think there's a lot more of a case of women that lie about it than there are women that are actually being raped.
The actual rape cases tend to go unreported, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But I will agree with you that there are a lot of liars who are trying to get sympathy. But that's because we give women when they're victims, there's a value to being a victim. That's one of the problems that we have.
There should never be
there's power in being a victim through the moral high ground.
But there should never be no want to be a victim. She's right. That's what's going on. And that's sick because nobody should want to be a victim just for attention. But
here's the thing, though. Okay, and this doesn't just apply to women. This applies to other groups within the PC left, too, that protected classes, okay? If you're a victim that has enough support by society that you have a victim card that you can pull for leverage, then you're not really that much of a victim. I mean, let me give you a scenario here, okay? Let's say if you go back into the 1800s, right, where a lot of blacks were slaves. Do you think that they had a race card or a victim card they could pull back then? No, because nobody gave a fuck about their rights.
Well, 28% of free blacks were slave owners, and roughly, I want to say 1 to 2% of white people were slave owners. So this idea that like first off, the numbers don't even make sense. If every white family owned slaves, we would be like 90 to 95% black in America, and we're not.
Yeah,
it was very few white people. It was very successful families owned slaves. And again, 28%, nearly 1 in 3 free blacks was a slave owner. So when people today say, oh, I descended from slaves, they don't know that. There's like a 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 chance that they descended from a slave owner.
The Irish were slaves. Like not my ancestors didn't come over till about 1908. I mean, of course, they were slaves back in England at one point, but I mean, there are Irish slaves here in America that, you know, I mean, they'll try to say, oh, that's indentured servitude. Okay, you can say that's indentured servitude, then, I mean, by that same argument, I guess that makes sex trafficking indentured servitude. Right, because that's what the traffickers tell them. They tell them they come over here, right? And they say, "Oh, well, you owe us this debt for the money that we paid to get you over here, so you have to work it off." That's pretty much what they tell them. So if you want to sit there and say that like, let's say for example, oh, it's an indentured servitude when the Irish were slaves, by that same argument, you could make that same argument against sex trafficking today.
No, it wasn't
but the bullshit argument
servitude,
it doesn't hold.
It was full on slavery.
As my last name's O'Brien. I am actually 3/4 Irish. As an Irish person who is very close to my Irish ancestors, like my family, I'm very close with my Irish side. It's not the same. I will say, yes, there were Irish slaves. We cannot compare the Irish slaves to the African slave trade. The African slave trade is still going on today. We still have African slaves in chains all over the world. Not in Western countries, but like in Libya. We have lots and lots of slaves from Africa. A lot of them are enslaved in Africa. But even if I'm not mistaken, even in like Cairo, we still have slaves. We have slaves in China. Today, we still have slaves. And this is why when we discuss slavery from the past, I get a little perturbed because we still have slavery today. And like you mentioned, human trafficking. I'm very close to it.
The U.S. economy has always been based off of slave labor. Like I said, we're talking about the 1800s where we had slaves out in Africa and wherever else. We're talking about
skyscrapers.
2020 where we got sweatshops in China.
Yeah, there were African slaves, and then later, I will agree with you, we did have some Irish slaves. I think during the in New York, a lot of the, but I cannot compare the Irish slaves to the African
They built most of our railroads.
I'm just saying
it could be said to be indentured, but in the actual Ireland, it was full on slavery.
Yeah, I agree it was slavery, but it wasn't nearly to the degree. I mean, it's like comparing the Holocaust and 9/11. It's death. It's, you know, I mean, it was a horrible thing that happened. Both of them were tragic, but one of them is a lot bigger.
That's not true, at least as it pertains to the actual historical circumstance of colonialism. The first colonized country was Ireland in Europe, and the abuse was far greater than the transatlantic slave trade historically.
Okay, guys, let's not go too far off into the weeds about slavery.
Yeah,
I want to try to bring it back to TFL.
What were we talking about before that?
Oh, geez. I lost my train of thought. Bill, maybe, or Mitchell. Thank you for joining us, Mitchell. Appreciate it.
No, and who's the woman over there? I just want to say something real quick.
Annika.
Annika?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that when I was talking to you a couple of evenings ago, we're all, both men and women are alone, and I've seen well-to-do, very professional women that were very lonely too.
Yeah.
So, as far as with Steve, he doesn't see the whole scope of things.
Well, and again, I'd like to say that just because a woman can get a sexual partner at the end of the night does not mean she's not lonely. I'm against the hookup culture. I think a lot of guys. This is why the word
but I still
incel.
think that's better than what the guy has. The guy can't get nothing.
Not for a woman, it's
Ryan,
not for a woman. Being
it's
used, having a guy pretend to like you and be really interested in you, and then getting laid and then not getting a call back. For some women, that pushes them to suicide if it happens.
You know what? I actually agree with that. Now hold on, guys, don't talk. I agree with Annika on this because this part is true. You got to put yourself in the woman's shoes. They get, because of gender roles and social engineering, they get approached all the time. Okay, and then because
we have, say that's gender roles.
No, but hold on a moment. Let me finish, Ron.
You want Bill talk?
Okay. But the point is this: if you put yourself in a woman's shoes, and even if she's with somebody and she gets guys approaching her, I've watched this happen. Some guys are so ignorant. She says, "I'm already taken." He don't give up. He still keeps hitting on her. Okay, and then if you put yourself in that place, then you got to add our pornography that's all over everywhere now, that used to be at least somewhat hidden, is now in everybody's face. Okay, so when you're pushing pornography in everybody's face, okay, you've changed what people call love. Oh, well, love is sex. And I've had guys tell me love is sex. And love is not sex. Sex isn't love.
I agree, love is not sex. Love isn't sex. But I'd rather get something than nothing, though. I mean, they get absolutely
a lot
nothing.
of women would rather stay celibate. This is a big difference in the genders. Men say, I'd rather get pussy than nothing at all. And a lot of women say, I'd rather be lonely than get dick. That's something that this is why we have a lot of women that have just decided not to date.
On the male
if you can get laid, you can get dates.
We don't want free meals. We're not looking for dinner and dick.
On the male side, just sheer raw sexual frustration. On the female side, there's an equivalent emotional.
Keep in mind that women are pretty good at giving themselves orgasm, and we have a multi-billion-dollar industry to give women orgasms. I mean, we sell lots and lots and lots of sex toys for women, and women get really good at it by the time they've hit adulthood. So if a woman just wants a straight up orgasm in the bathtub,
it's always been available to them.
Women can get orgasm, and then they don't have the risk. This is the other thing that you're not understanding: is every time we have sex with a new man, that's a new risk.
Well, here, Annika, I just talked about this, and I think that you might be interested in this. Okay, because a lot of guys are under the impression that women's sex drive is a lot lower than a man's, and I tell them no. Their sex drive is probably just as much as a man.
We wouldn't have so many dildos if our sex drive wasn't as high.
And
we're just. I wouldn't say we're just as horny because just your hormones.
No,
we don't think about sex 24/7.
Incomparable, really. It's apples and oranges.
I would say women enjoy sex. I would say women.
Hold on, guys. Let Annika finish.
Okay, I would say women don't think about sex nearly as much as men. I agree with that statement. That's hormonal. I would say that women enjoy sex just as much, if not more, just given our biology.
Agreed. I agree with that. However, what is the fact though is that what we call sex drive is largely determined by reproductive insecurity, which is very high, which is high on men and non-existent in women. The fact that it's always been available for women at all times in all places means that there just isn't the same relationship for them to it. Whereas men, especially when it's completely unavailable to them, that's the time they desire it.
Yeah, I agree that men are the chasers. So this is the thing. Women, especially a moderately attractive woman who has any sense of personality and is just a decent lady, and she has a social network of friends, a woman can go out into the world and men will be brought to her. And Monday and I have actually talked about this. I took for granted when I was younger that even if you only have a few friends, people will bring men to you constantly. Men that doesn't happen for.
Yeah, it's the same with anything. Like the fact that we live in a rich country and we have all these things at our disposal, we don't desire them. Whereas if a person living in a
women do take for granted. Women do take for granted that we're pursued.
It's just the fact that it's unavailability is what drives desire, and this is how to understand the difference between the sexes with sexual desire.
Okay, go ahead, Warren.
I still don't think you can compare the two, though. I mean, that's like you know, you got that's like you got a person who's being paid by some company to stay at a different hotel every night, and they're telling some homeless guy who's living in a cardboard box outside in an alleyway somewhere, you know, oh, I've got it just as bad as you because this, you know, this.
Yeah, but at the same time, Warren, like,
I am agreeing with you. The guy who just made that statement about the homeless guy versus the guy who's got a roof over his head every evening, even though they're both, in a sense, homeless. I completely agree with you. I'm not comparing what women are going through to what men are going. I'm not putting those on equal footing.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that women do take for granted the fact that not just that we're pursued, but like I said, Monday and I have talked about this. I took for granted that I never had to go out. I never had to go on dating sites. People would introduce me to guys. If I went to a friend's party and they found out I was single, they'd try to hook me up with all their male friends. Monday said that never happened to him.
And I've noticed this, man. I've noticed this, and you can tell me if you haven't noticed this also, right? I don't know if you've probably been in any crowd. There's always that one token, quote, socially awkward or weird guy or whatever is outed, right? That kind of hangs around. Okay, if you notice this guy will come up to you. That's one of us. Each of us got pretty much all right. That guy will come up to you like in a group of friends, right? And with like a bunch of normies, like. Here's how it works, right? Like, let's say you got a normie, right, who has been on a couple months dry spell, and he's a little bit upset about it, right? They'll actually empathize with them, and not only will they empathize with them, they'll actually, like, if they're going out like in a couple's night, they'll invite him along, and they'll bring a date for him, and they'll hook him up with somebody. But they won't do nothing like that for us.
Okay, can I get one point in, just touching on what Annika said earlier?
Yep, go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick that I totally agree, like with what Annika's touching on, the sort of phenomenon of women feeling like an emotional void after a hookup and that kind of thing. It's not a healthy practice, and it's kind of spiritually dead. However, I think we're massively overestimating the number of people who are actually hooking up to begin with. I think casual sex, like Tinder and all the stuff you see online, it's actually not a very big, not a very broad representation of the population at large. Most people, like what Annika said, hook up through a friend of a friend who introduces them at a party. Like all my friends in my life who I've known, they've only had like one girlfriend starting from high school, growing up, they get married. So you know what Tinder is? Tinder is like the island of misfit toys. It's like these are not normal people. These people who are hooking up, whether they're men or women.
I recently
what I think happened is this, man. I think that people go through different parameters online because they're a little more bolder online than what they do in actual person. But what's happening is, right, and I agree, right now women are kind of disinterested more so, but that's the big thing of it. But I mean, I don't know. Do Tinder statistics matter? I don't know. Well, that's or online statistics in general, online dating apps in general.
I have something to add to the Tinder conversation.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying though. Well, here's the thing. Maybe they do, but because everything is increasingly going online. Even if it's not online right now, give it about another 20 years, it's all going to be online.
No, but people will get introduced through Facebook. Yeah, but people are going to get in.
Hello?
Yeah.
I think he accidentally muted himself.
I did, and I accidentally blew my screen up too.
Hey, real quick, I recently made it.
I just want to say good night to everyone. My phone is thirsty. I'm tired. But listen, it was great chat.
Okay, thanks, Mitchell.
I recently
chat. It was very stimulating, and I want to wish you all Happy New Year as well.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right. Happy New Year,
man. So I recently made a Tinder profile for another incel. He's a 33-year-old, and he's never had an actual. Well, he might have gone out a couple of times, but he's never had any relationships, and he's still a virgin. And so I made a Tinder profile because everyone says they use Tinder now. I was going through it, and I was sitting down and I was showing Monday as I'm going through all the different women for him. Not one of those girls was a normal chick. Not one of them. I was going through, and I went through probably 1,000 at least in a few days. And I told Monday, I said, none of these girls are like, I don't meet these kinds of girls in the real world. They are the lowest quality women. And a lot of them are very outspoken about their hatred of men up front.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case because
I didn't see any woman on there that I would be friends with. So I'm like, what? Like, why are these guys going on Tinder and acting like this is where all the girls are at? I don't know any women who would ever use Tinder.
And we're being bombarded with the notions that
you're being told. So this is another thing that I noticed.
Tinder is normality. It's pervasive towards the culture, like and it kind of ties into adolescents should be sexually active, and it's just a completely sexualized culture where the reality is it's not normal to have sex with just a random person. It's really not normal at all.
Tinder. A lot of these online dating, it's not just Tinder. There's other ones, man. I mean, you remember one, Bill? I think it's called Ashley Madison or something. They openly encourage people to cheat on their partners.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a a cheating.
That was a cheating website, and it was started by a man using a female's name.
Yep. Yeah. Cheating almost never happens in relationships. It's like maybe 2 or 3% of all relationships have cheating going on. I don't buy it.
The way they skew the statistics,
I think it depends on what age bracket you're in. I mean, in the 20s, it happens quite a bit, maybe even in the 30s.
Also, the way that they do these statistics. So one of the studies that Monday had mentioned to me was in the UK. They were talking about how a certain percentage of men are raising children that aren't their own when they get the DNA. But what they failed to put in the forefront was that these are men who suspected these children weren't their own. This isn't like 1 in 4 men are raising somebody else's kid. That's what they made it sound like. It was 1 in 4 men who suspected their child was not their own. That's probably a few percent at the most.
Okay, hold on, guys. I want to bring somebody in here who is in the United Kingdom, and let's see what he says about what he sees in his country. And so, Harry.
Yo.
Go ahead. You're over there in the United Kingdom.
Yeah. What do you mean in the United Kingdom? He's in Ireland.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Well,
he's a fellow Irishman and woman like me and Annika.
Okay, well, Harry, go.
Yeah. What about just anything in particular? Or?
Oh, just tell them where you're from and tell them what you see going on over where you're at.
Well, in regards to like the whole dating issue,
Yes.
Well, I suppose a lot of the girls around my age are all into, clubbing and the pump and dump scene, the dating scene. Not so much the dating scene, but the, having sex with multiple guys and not really settling down. So if you're trying to commit to somebody and you're serious about it, if they're going to ghost you or try to fuck you about, break your heart after a short while, because they're not getting sex immediately, it's very disrespectful.
You know what I think about when it comes to looks, man? This is what I'm noticing, man, right? You do see a lot of looks match couples, but here it is in a nutshell, right? Men either date across or down. Women date across or up when they date. I mean, for the most part, for like the
women tend to be more physically attractive than men. I say this is a straight woman.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, guys aren't. I don't know.
But you know what?
I'm not trying to be mean, but guys have a lot to offer in a relationship. Quite often, their looks are not at the top. Women have to. I understand women are into looks, but women have to look past looks. And again, it goes back to what I was saying at the very beginning, which is women want to get with guys who make them feel really good.
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
I understand that, but let me say something here. My only issue is I understand people want some chemistry, some attraction. I can respect that, okay? But my only issue is a lot of times it gets too much emphasis on looks, and nobody keeps their looks. And that's why I tell people, why don't you walk into a nursing home and get to know some of these elderly people, have you show them pictures of when they were young, and you'll be impressed. But now look at them, because nobody keeps their looks, okay? And I think there's way too much empathy put into looks.
I agree.
Well, we like good-looking people because it's correlated with good genetics. I'm not
okay, but why were people able to find somebody in the 1950s? No problem. Even the guy with the nerdy pop bottle glasses could secure a wife and have 4 or 5 kids. What do you think has changed now, Annika?
Morbid obesity is one of them.
Okay, so women.
No, that's actually a big issue now.
Okay, morbid obesity though I think affects a lot of women, and they don't seem to have a problem finding a date.
It affects men and women. I do believe that yes, it's more women than men, but not significantly. It's not like twice as many morbidly.
Okay, Annika, do you believe that there is a concept going on in society today where there are a lot of men that are just striking out in the marriage market or the dating market to a large level that's probably not seen in 100 years?
Definitely. But for every single man, we do have almost 51% female population in America.
Well, it's actually there's 107 men born for it's like 105 men for every 100 women. And because there's fewer wars, there's a lot more surplus of men today. And this was predicted there is an overwhelming number of, and I use the demographics as part of the problem, but I do stand strongly, Annika, on the issue of dating limbo. A lot of women I know, because I've worked in office or departments and stuff, they can tend to go a long time without a boyfriend, like they break up. And like it's like 3 years. Oh, I haven't really had a boyfriend in years.
That was me. I mean, I was dedicated to my career. I was a very late bloomer. I was a virgin into my early 20s.
Creates, when women go into that perpetual dating limbo, they create an artificial scarcity, whereas the guy that would have been with that one woman now becomes your competition. So it's like it's almost like as if the women were just kicked off the planet. I believe that's why so many men are so lonely today, because there's just not enough women coming to the plate.
I do agree that and I've just learned this recently through talking to different incels and FAs, because I know women, I agree with you that women tend to be able to be alone. And I don't know if it's maybe they have stronger girlfriend situations going on, or by girlfriends, I mean friends that are girls or female, not love interests. I don't know why that is. I know that myself as a teenager and in my early 20s, I never dated. I had really no interest. I never went to a school dance. I wasn't really asked out, maybe a few times, but not seriously. I never had that strong drive to, oh my God, I have to get a boyfriend. I never went through that boy crazy phase. And I know.
Are you dating right now?
I'm in a relationship. Yes, I'm in a.
But is it with is it the person you do the videos with? It isn't Monday FA.
Yes.
It is. Okay, so then you're dating Monday FA. Okay,
yes.
That's what people wanted to know. How did you come across Monday? What's the process in which you met him? You obviously found him through his videos, right?
No, actually, no. I actually didn't know he had a YouTube channel when I met him. I had no idea.
You had no.
I met him at Mensa a few years ago. He and I live not that far apart, and I travel to his city regularly. For work. So he and I met. He did not know me to be single. He didn't know what my situation was because I had a YouTube channel for a couple of years. He had followed me on YouTube. I stopped making YouTube content for about a year, almost a year and a half. I just completely went dry on YouTube. He had reached out I had made a joking tweet on Twitter at one point saying, hey, it's Saturday night, my DMs are open. And it was just a joke. He ended up messaging me and asking, hey, why don't you make YouTube videos anymore? And I kind of told him, a little bit. And then he said something about how he also does YouTube and asked if I'd ever want to collaborate. I was not aware that he was FA or anything like that. I think I clicked on his profile and I saw a video title. It was a title that said, Incels for Academics, because that was like the last video he had done. And I go, you're not one of those incel MGTOW type, are you? And then I kind of, I wasn't being rude, but he's like, oh God, why do you say that? And I go, because in the past I had a couple of run-ins with some MGTOWs that didn't go over too well. I was just curious. And at the time I really didn't know a lot about incel or FA. I hadn't even heard the term FA. I thought FA was financial advisor. So, so he and I started talking. I had only seen one video of his and it was on his political channel. He sent it to me. It was a silly little video. So when he and I met in person again, I had no clue that I didn't know really what FA or incel was. It wasn't until after we had started dating that I started learning. Does that make sense? I think a lot of people are under the impression I saw his videos and reached out to him, and that's not the case.
Okay, so it makes sense. What I'm wondering is the progress of his channel. Is he hoping to get guys out of this? Because I know the theme that he seems to center around is that a man's upbringing is totally the reason he's FA or his autism. I tend to think that living FA or TFL, whatever you want to call it, is also something that could have nothing to do with your upbringing at all. Because you could come from a good family where you love your parents, and a lot of guys that are living TFL, they may have such good family lives. They not having a woman, they don't even know it because they've got other things. So I think TFL is like the tipping point where you've had a shitty life, and I talked about this in a previous video I did with Bill. And TFL is what throws you over the edge and says, "Damn." Not only is I got a shitty life, but man, I don't have a woman in my life. But I don't blame society for it. I think that this is totally an independent issue.
Can I point out one other thing? I know when I was younger, like a teenager and even into my early 20s, there was a lot of, and I've talked to Monday about this, there was a lot of input that I got from people like Tom Likas, The Howard Stern Show, Loveline, where it was a lot of input from men saying that we don't need women, we can replace them with porn, we just need to get women to get into hooking up and not wanting husbands, and we can get the milk for free, and then we don't need families. That was the kind of shit I heard from age like 13 to 23. So, and I didn't think all men were like that. But it's kind of like when I hear incels say all women are blah, 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 but that's the input they're getting. So from a very young, my most formative years, the input that I got from some of these very vocal men was that they didn't want women for relationships. They wanted them to sleep with them. I remember one of the radio shows I listened to in Dallas, they would talk about Flash Friday. So what they would do is they would turn their lights on to women and they wanted them to show their tits. That's not about men wanting to find girlfriends and relationships. That's about men wanting.
Annika, what I'm trying to get at is it's the TFL is a problem that is going to continue no matter how much we try to, like that other caller that was in there, the African-American guy, he was trying to say, what's his name?
Crimson.
Okay, Crimson. He's kind of in the mindset of the shaming that, you need to get it together and get your game up, or, look and TFL is not about entitlement. It's about explaining a problem that is happening that is not going away anytime soon. It's not about dividing the sexes. It's about telling people that as the years go by, we're seeing more and more men. And I think it was recently reported about 8 months ago that 30% of millennial men and women are not sexually active, which is bizarre. I mean, it's like 30%. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. This is one of the reasons I have a minor issue with the term incel if we want to fix the problem. The reason being, when women hear, and this is, I think, what Crimson was trying to get at, I know that incels do not feel entitled, just based on the majority of incels do not feel entitled to sex or relationships. However, the term incel focuses on celibacy. Exactly. Whenever I speak, like in groups like this, when I speak to men, like earlier when you made the statement that, well, women can get laid. And when guys say that, what women hear is, we don't want to get laid, we want boyfriends. And not all women want boyfriends. Some women want hookup culture, some women want to stay alone. I'm saying, like, there's a trend of women that if you were to give women the option to hookup culture or long-term relationship, most women would prefer long-term relationship. They just don't think they can get it.
Right.
So here's the thing.
Very
here's
few
the
women
thing, what I'm
want hookup.
saying, man. Here's what I'm saying.
I'm going to pause my mic.
Women, by the time they get to, I would say maybe their late 20s, 30s, or so, that's when they get more into their, either they're happy being alone or being a lesbian stage, right? And the thing is, because the reason why it works that way is because throughout their teens and their 20s, they had so much access to so many dudes that they burned out on dudes by the time they hit their 30s. I mean, I'm not saying they're completely burned. I'm not saying they won't get with a guy under certain circumstances, but I mean, like, it's not really that big of a thing when they got it so easy for so many years.
I think that's a very small percentage of women.
Yeah,
I
well,
really
think
don't
women,
see that as being a majority of women that are going through that.
I
I do
agree.
know that that's a trend, but it's a small percentage of women.
Yeah, like I would say only 2 or 3% of all women are actually want to hook up. Although I do think women are getting off on the attention they get from these men. But I don't see any of this hooking up. It's like I said, Tinder, and what you touched on, Annika, when you analyze these profiles of these women, it's like they're basket cases, right? It's the island of misfit toys. Let's stop using Tinder or online dating as a representation of real life. When we're talking about TFL.
I will also say what you touched on just now goes along with what I said earlier about validation. You know how few women are Instagram models? It's like less than 0.0001% of women could even pull that shit off. So this whole idea that women just create an Instagram profile and all of a sudden they're getting tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a year off their good looks, that is so rare. But those are the 10 women that end up at the top that every guy sees and says, see, that's why women don't want us. That's so rare. That's like saying every woman could be a Victoria's Secret model.
Right. Well,
that's
you know
so
that,
rare.
But you know what that is.
Could make it an Amway. Yeah. Or that every man can become a $1 million Amway distributor.
From women that were far from a Victoria's Secret model. I'm talking about big fat women. I mean that I couldn't even be physically attracted to, honestly. I mean like some nasty women and they had some of the worst attitudes. Like they thought.
Okay, but we were talking. Yeah, but we were talking about how many fat models are there really? Yeah, you might see a variety of different obese women who are models and they're glamorized, but after like a few months, their contract with the company might expire. They might be out of work. We have no real way of quantifying what's going on here. Right, survivorship bias, like Annika pointed out. You only see the survivors. You don't see the 98% who tried to make it as a model and failed.
Well,
the other thing that
okay, I'm sorry. I was just going to touch in on this a little bit, okay? Because what Annika said would be true, but you know the one thing that I don't know. I think there's probably more people that could see it if they look. A lot of our perceptions and behaviors came from your media.
I agree.
Okay, and
we see that and we think, just like what I said when I was age 13 to 23. In fact, I talked to Monday about this. I guarantee you, when I was younger, the majority of men would not have preferred to hook up rather than find a girlfriend that could lead to a wife. But that was the input I was getting from a very young age.
Well, and you know, and I said a while back, I took an ink pen and I held it up and I said, if you want to talk about social engineering, which is your media, your school system, your books, your magazines, you have to use an ink pen. On one side, there was social engineering directed at men. On the other side, there was social engineering directed at women. And this has been going on our entire lives. Okay.
And putting us against each other.
That's exactly
trying to, the divide and conquer.
That's the
they
reason
do it
I
with race.
Yes.
Yeah.
They do it with everything in society, and it is divide and conquer. And my goal was always to try to bring the men together and then the women and men back together. But that's almost sometimes like impossible because it's like you can't get people to understand that men and women are both human beings. Men and women both have emotions, feelings, wants, and needs. Okay? A lot of our wants and needs are the same whether you realize it or not. Hold on. We had to remove our person who don't like our show. But this is where I come off with the social engineering, and I don't try to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but the fact is, if people would open their eyes and look into it, conspiracy theory was used to paint people out as nuts to hide real truth. And people that are aware enough to look around them and see it will be able to pick out what parts NWO related, what parts BS. But we got so much lying going on and so much deception and so much social engineering to divide and conquer. Look at us, we're all fighting each other over simple stuff. And, you know, and I just want to see men and women get back to where they can communicate.
Yeah, and unfortunately, most women have a worse opinion of men than what far worse even than what Annika thought of men as a teenager. Obviously, she's matured and her views are very reasonable now. But just look at what popular culture is glorifying hooking up. It's not that men want to hook up. They don't. Men don't. A young guy in his teens doesn't know what he wants. It's that he feels like he has to pretend he's hooking up in order to be socially accepted by his peer group and socially cool or whatever, right?
I would agree with that.
I will clarify that I didn't have a bad opinion of men. The handful that I saw in the media gave me very little hope. But I didn't think men were bad. Yeah. So,
Annika,
I don't blame you for having that opinion, because it's all social engineering is bigger than us. It's bigger than us.
The problem is so severe. I don't think we're going to solve it. I'm glad, Annika, you're in a steady relationship. The fact that you're dating somebody means there's one less guy we got to compete with. I mean, that's a positive way to look at that. If a woman is dating somebody, then it's less competition. I maintain, like Hell by the Dashboard Light, Alex has maintained that women are in a perpetual state of non-relationships, either hooking up or not in a relationship, and that skews the numbers big time.
Well, we can fix that by encouraging that kind of behavior in women, by validating a woman's place as a girlfriend, a wife, and a mother. We can validate that in women. Right now, we validate women being, you're a strong, independent woman. Why you don't need a man. That's where we validate women. And Monday was actually the one who clarified this into sentences with me. We kind of came to this conclusion together, is that, because I told him, validation is what women seek, but I was thinking it in a relationship, like a man validating a woman when they're already dating. We're validating women on a big scale, telling them, why do you think so many women brag about having an abortion? We validate that. Why do you think so many women want to go get higher education and high-paying careers? We validate that behavior in them. We don't validate being a stay-at-home mother.
Right.
Not as a society.
All women, but there's a lot of women that attack TFL, and it's like kind of hypocritical to me when there's such validation princesses themselves. Everything's about trying to be validated by other people, but yet they want to sit here and tell us, we gotta. I mean,
I think most women have no idea. Like me, like I said, just 6 months ago, if you'd have asked me what's an incel, I'd have been like, a guy with Asperger's. Like I wouldn't have really understood it. It's not that I didn't care. It's that the majority of women aren't really aware. And the way that we frame the conversation does come off like you feel like you're entitled to sex. That's why I said we need to change the way the conversation's like, what TFL tonight, the things that you've said, I didn't feel like you felt like you are entitled to sex. Like the way that you're explaining this to me, that we need to fix this big problem. And I understand it's not about sex. And the majority of the FAs that I've talked to,
I just think that it's going to come down to it. And here's a tricky part. I'm not exactly sure what the answer to this is, but you can't have equality and chivalry. But the problem is okay, let's say you have equality without chivalry, and let's say you go that route, right? You got the pure egalitarian route, right? That's going to create problems in certain scenarios, especially like if women are being trusted to defend our country. It's going to open up a nest of problems. For one, a lot of male soldiers will get themselves killed trying to protect her. That's
exactly.
Going to create,
you mean active combat?
Then if she gets raped, she's taking POW and she's raped and she could get impregnated.
Yep,
yeah, I mean,
women
there's a lot
have
of issues
periods,
around
women
that.
get pregnant. No, I don't think women belong in active combat. That's utterly retarded. I'm sorry. Women in active combat, we're a much higher risk Not just for death,
most women
but for
don't want to
rape.
be in active combat because they get the best of both worlds. They get the world in which they have no agency, they don't have to fight in wars, and they get their pick of the litter. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
A lot of conservative women actually agree with you, TFL.
Conservative women actually, I'll tell you the problem with the two-party system. Both parties are gynocentric. You've got the liberals believe that women should have all the getting the jobs in the workforce, and the conservatives still pedestalize women, saying they shouldn't fight wars, they should be in the household. But they really, both of them don't have the interest of men at stake. They really don't. And so I think that we're not going to get our TFL will not be resolved through any political discussion, that's for sure, or Forever Alone won't.
Do you think that there's a way that we could get women to understand and be empathetic?
No, I think the only way it's going to happen, and Bill and I have talked about this is no secret, I live in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going to have a TFL meetup. I'm going to probably do it in May, and I'm going to try to round up maybe 30 guys that can fly into Cleveland and get a cheap. You can stay at a Motel 6 for $50 a night. It doesn't have to be expensive. Rent a hall somewhere, possibly, and we'll have an open discussion about it. And here's the difference. Bill and I also agree that if you talk about this subject in an open forum, people will go apeshit. They don't like this conversation. So if you had like 10 or 20 guys talking to people out in the open about this, then what would happen is there wouldn't be the fear of somebody getting in your face and saying, how dare you talk about that distasteful subject, because this is a very taboo subject. TFL and Forever Alone is a very taboo subject to talk about. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to man up. You're not supposed to talk about any issue that makes you look weak. And so, Warren, did you want to throw something in?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much said it. I mean, it's like, why I'm on it is like, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm with all that. I mean, you know, if I'm not doing it, and it's not out of the mindset of being sexist. It's a matter of trying to meet things out fairly and evenly on both sides. But there's going to be some bad things on both sides and some good things on both sides of the male-female equation. But I mean, yeah, if a woman can't fight and can't defend herself, then I mean, you know, the guy has to, I mean, assuming our vote actually counts. I don't even believe our vote counts, but even if we had a society where our vote actually counted, you know, the guy has to risk his life in order to procure his vote, then that means something. If a woman's not willing to put her life on the line to procure her vote, then she don't get the vote. I mean, there's got to be a balance there. There's got to be.
I've actually made that point that guys want to take away women's right to vote, and really nobody's vote counts.
Yeah,
because even though she won't vote and roll, think about this: women still, okay, yeah, they're in a monogamous society. She didn't have as many options as she does today, but women still pick the maid. Okay, so she would pick a guy who would financially take care of her and who would be willing to give his life in order to protect hers. So she could pretty much. She pretty much didn't have to work. She pretty much had somebody else. You know, she got to live a very much easier life.
But the only
she didn't have to take any of the risk or anything like that. I mean, the reason why the guy voted and why the guy held authority is because he took all the risk.
Yeah. Basically, what you're saying, Warren, is the right to vote should be the right to fight in the military. You can't have the best of both worlds. You can't demand one without the other. And that's the problem. I mean, feminism now is about, well, third wave feminism is a flat out about just hating men. But let me tell you what fourth wave feminism is going to be. Fourth wave feminism is going to be, we're the women, we have the power, screw you, it's not fair, but that's the way it's going to be. I think they're going to drop the veil. And I eventually think the fourth wave of feminism is going to say, basically, screw you. That's right. It isn't fair, but too bad. That's what I think is going to happen next.
Well, you know, it sounds crazy,
yeah.
but we have Hollywood, we have media. I mean, there's literally a movie called A World Without Men. And you can go look this up and you'll see there was a movie that was come out that is A World Without Men. And if you watch it, they actually promote a world without men. Okay, the women are doing everything. They don't need men, blah, blah, blah. But you got to understand, this is all social engineering. And the only way we can ever overthrow social engineering is if we brought the genders back together again.
Bill,
Yeah,
I don't think that the
right.
genders, I don't think women want to come back to the table anymore. Even if Annika agrees that women should, I don't think that en masse women want to. This situation is so good for them. Now, yes, it's true. In the end, they're going to be upset because they've let their ovaries dry up. A lot of them have. But then you got these women out there that have had their share of children and still and still demand. It's kind of crazy. It's
what we need, Steve. We need the older generation of women who are dying without children and without husbands to speak out and say, you don't want this. And I've seen some articles like that.
I would love to see that, but that would be betrayal of the feminist movement.
That's not true. I've seen, Well, we need to squash feminism. You know that more than roughly 50% of women in America are not feminists. And a huge number of women who call themselves feminists, a huge number of women who call themselves feminists aren't feminists because I used to have a lot of anti-feminist content. Right. And then I started talking to women who say that they're feminists, but they're not really feminists, not by our standards.
If you go to these rural areas in throughout Ohio and Indiana, TFL does not affect all nationalities or not all nationalities. It does not affect all regions of the country. There are areas of the country where people are pretty down to earth. Like in West Virginia, I don't hear anybody with a West Virginia accent getting on these TFL chats, because in West Virginia, even though there's poverty there, they do respect men and women. They respect each other equally. It's a very cohesive environment. However, unfortunately, big urban city life, us city slickers, we are affected by Forever Alone or TFL.
We live like bumblebees, but we don't have deep human connections.
Because I've seen these West Virginia people, and I've seen the biographies about the jobs they've lost, but the men and the women are so freaking cohesive. It's not funny. I mean, it's not like Jerry Springer. I mean, even Jerry Springer, it shows that these hillbillies still love each other. There is a cohesiveness amongst certain people, but unfortunately, TFL in the West, in the modern structured independent world, it's hitting men really the hardest, I think.
Yeah, exactly. That is true, Steve. It is the march of the metropolitan circumstances taking over everything. It's the economic conditions rather than ultimately the socio-economic or socio-cultural. But can I just ask, Annika, you said you are with Monday, Forever Alone Monday at the moment. I wonder if you'd be able to put him on and if he could come into the stream.
Yeah, I've messaged him a couple of times, asked him.
I'd like to get him on.
Give me just a second.
Yeah. Okay. You're not with him currently, though,
no? No, he is. It's just he's in the other room. He was watching on his laptop.
That's great because
I want to see him in the flesh.
Steve Hoke has been
I feel like I'm talking to a celebrity. I've been on here. Go ahead.
In these issues for many years, even over a decade, and Monday's come on over the past couple of years, and it's like he's the veteran of the subject. But he's had a very strong admiration for Monday. I know, at least from earlier on, but I know the two have, or at least Steve has been wanting to talk to Monday for some time.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to. I can't prove that he's a psyop. I don't want to go down that road, and here's why. No. I believe that you have to give everybody a chance. I think, but the issue here is whether you call it Forever Alone or TFL. I don't think this problem's going to get resolved in our lifetime. But go ahead. I'm going to let him talk now. Here he is. It looks like he just woke up.
Is Monday in? No, I think the problem he had was he thought that some unscrupulous people were trying to get attention through him because he had a big subscriber count, but
and he just disappeared too.
Yeah, I gotta see. Did he log her completely off? No.
Yeah, I don't know.
He may have hit the wrong thing.
Okay.
I think he just hit the wrong thing after sleep and he disconnected.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying, guys, is like I'm trying to be respectful here. I'm not going to start. I was getting a little fired up earlier, and I did not know about Anna losing a husband. I don't even follow Anna's channel. That's probably why. And but we all agree kind of that Karen Strawn was just, or Girl Writes What, was into this for the ride.
Yeah.
I never saw anything.
It's actually
any empathy toward TFL or incel at all. In fact, remember Karen Strown also goes by Girl Rights. What she said that many men are deemed unfuckable. That was her words quoted exactly. She said many men are deemed unfuckable. That's how she literally relayed it to her audience. That's crazy.
So Karen Strown, that girl was no good, no doubt about it. But I
called her out in the early. She responded to one of my videos one time, in the text, and she said, "No, I'm not. What makes you think I'm an agent?" I said, "I didn't say you were an agent. I says that I don't think you have empathy for men, which I don't think she does."
Well, Monday made his face appearance and then disappeared. All right, I've invited him back twice, and it's been declined twice.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna. If he doesn't want to talk to me, I'll just mute the mic and I'll just listen.
Well, he's not in here to talk to anybody.
I'm sure he will come in. I'm going to send Annika a message on that there now.
No, somebody says in the chat I'm cucky. I'm not cucky. I want to keep this as amicable as I can. I don't think Annika maybe understands the severity of TFL like maybe we do. Maybe she doesn't because she's not lived the life of a TFLer, and and like I said before, this is a taboo subject to talk about. So how many people could she have possibly run in real life that would talk about this?
Yeah, exactly, because most men will never bring this up to a woman.
And Bill, I didn't say this to her, but I'll say it to you now. I said this before.
If you
No, that's just another troll account. Like I said, I posted the email address for Bill's Zoom account on Annika's. Annika has about like 40,000 subscribers, I think. She used to be a major YouTuber. She retired years ago. She's only just come back, released a video 2 days ago.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this whole thing.
Yeah, she just messaged me. She said, "Hold on." So I think they're coming back.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm not here to take up the conversation either. Hey, Ron Fan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Ron Fan, I'm just curious. How old are you? You look about 22.
No, I'm 28 at the moment.
Okay. Could you put a better picture of you? You're going, You see me? Hey, how you doing, Harry? Do you see me?
Yeah, see, I just come back here. But
how do you like the hat?
Trying to get it to connect. She says she needs to go to bed soon.
I got a wrinkled one. I got a couple of these. TFL.
Okay, so
yeah, it looks great.
So Ron, so Annika's not coming back then, right?
Ooh, that's not good.
I think he's chatting to her.
It was interesting to get a woman's perspective on the stream, but I had to jump out there and get some things done. So I don't know if any of you were trying to contact me earlier. I just put the camera on the.
You ran her off.
I didn't run her off. I apologize. I mean, I wasn't being disrespectful.
No, I think she is coming back.
Oh, she is? Okay. I'm not arguing. I'm not trying to make war here, but I got, wow, we got 7.
Yeah. I mean, I thought we about been pretty respectful. I mean.
Yeah, I think there's something dialogue going on between her and for Monday. Yeah, I think there's some dialogue. We don't know what they're talking about, and that's their business. But I probably he's afraid I might ask him some tight questions about this because I do want to ask him the tough questions without being disrespectful.
Well, yeah, because Monday sat down in front of the camera and then bam, he disconnected the chat.
Yeah, what I was going to ask him, Annika really wasn't. I mean, I like talking to Annika, but I wanted to talk to Monday FA because I want to ask him, some of the questions like why he believes that this problem is all your childhood and being a non-normie versus just a societal problem. And I think that's a good question to ask him.
Yeah.
What do you think, Bill?
Well, it is a societal problem because it's been social engineered. And even Annika, when I brought up the social engineering, she agreed with it.
Sounds like Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's
a Sasquatch. That's a Sasquatch mating call.
That's a fucking idiot, is what that is. That's a fucking idiot right there.
That is an idiot in action.
That's somebody who's not got much going on between the fucking ears.
Yeah. Hey, I'm upgraded now, guys. I got Windows 10. I got a new camera, and I'm just everything's going good for me now. I feel like I've stepped up in the world.
Yeah, anyway, Joe, what county did you say you were from again?
Antrim.
Antrim. Oh yeah, that was the one. I think
Um,
Annika is from Ireland as well. I should ask her.
Yeah.
Where is she?
I'm from Cuyahoga County, Ohio, Cleveland area.
Sounds very, very Native American or something. I don't know. Cuyahoga. I don't know. It's not very European anyway.
My last name is actually Turkish. Hoja. My nationality is Ukrainian, but Hoka it's Hoja. It means wise teacher of wise teacher, or it means teacher of like telling stories. So it's a pretty prestigious name. So, anyways, but you can if you ever go Google the name Hoka under like if you're on like Skype, like 100 Turkish flags will pop up. Definitely Bigfoot. Bigfoot having an orgasm. Bigfoot having.
Well, it's interesting. That's somebody's contribution for the night.
Yeah, we've had that going on all night long.
All right, Bill, has Annika tried to come back in, or what's going on?
Well, she was online, and now she's not online at all.
Hey, Bill, am I able to record you now? But you've got me going in here. I hit the invite. I don't know if you hit the okay for me to record.
I'm not sure where to hit that at. And earlier when you asked me, I had this troll coming in, and I had so much going on. I didn't even have time.
Don't worry about it. I just like the fact because when you record this, you're recording only the background, and I can get everybody on here. It's kind of cool.
So was anybody asking like me any questions earlier whenever I was away? Or did anyone bring me up?
But I feel sorry for you, Harry. 21 years old, and you should be easily in a relationship. But I don't know what the hell's happened. I can always blame it on my age. Hey, I'm too old.
Yeah.
I'm too young.
You're too young.
That's right.
I'm not sure what it is. You brought up a good point in the last
There's
stream.
a lot of people in the chat, Bill, that swear to God that these people are infiltrators. One guy said these guys are MK Ultra non-negotiable. Yeah, and it looks like that there's some people in the chat that don't think that FA money is for real.
Wow.
Well,
Well, we haven't even talked to him, so that's the reason why we wanted to speak to him, to confirm that particular issue.
I would have liked to speak to him, so would Steve, because
yeah,
we could occur to fight a lot of things up. Because the thing is if we're ever going to get people to start seeing what's going on and working together.
All right, she's saying now they're trying to get the connection back up.
Oh, okay.
It'd be good to get her in.
Because if we're ever going to do that, then we have to be able to come together and be able to communicate with each other. And it can't be about insults and doing like our piece of crap out here that's got no life, okay, has been doing all night long. Because I'm sure it's just one guy doing that's doing all this.
Yeah.
It's a guy that can't get laid but doesn't want to admit it, right?
Yeah. It could be our old time friend from years ago, Hoka.
Who's that?
You know him. He used to be part of TFL.
Oh, you mean the guy from Orlando?
No, that guy from up there in New York.
Oh, that guy from New York, the guy that used to wear the red shirt or the baseball cap. Okay, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
You think he still trolls?
Oh, I know he does.
Bill, let me ask you a question. How do you know I wasn't writing those fake accounts? Would you have known if I was?
Well, you would have had to really have lost your care
mind.
and mind.
Yeah, you would have figured out psychologically I didn't fit the profile, right?
Exactly.
I didn't fit the profile. I'll tell you that.
You know, it's just, but yeah, I wanted to talk to Monday. I want to know Steve did. You know, because I have, you know, his professionalism is what led me to believe.
Yeah, and I'd like to know what kind of software he's using and how is he doing all these fancy graphics and all this, because I mean it seems like such a professional job. It's like he's got really good knowledge of what he's doing, and I want to know how he's doing it. I mean, I could do it. I just get screen capture. I think he's probably just using Camtasia.
His channel also gets promoted as well, you know. I mean, we got some channels like Bill's that gets pressed.
Bill and I have been into this TFL thing the longest, and yet it seems like there's all these Johnny-come-latelys hitting the scene, and they've got these very well professional. Like there's this guy named Conservative Nat. He's already got 26,000 subscribers. He's only been on 1 year. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
Useful idiots or agents. What do you think, Bill?
Well, you know, there for the longest time, he did look like somebody that was possibly an employee of the establishment. Anna says he's not. He's just a normal guy like us. Okay? You know, and we have no way of backing any of this up, but if it was true and if he was doing knowledge to some of the stuff that we're talking about, but the problem is think about it, Harry. You asked him nicely after Steve had posted a video up, inviting him to do a live stream. You was nothing but polite to the guy and asked him if he was going to do a live stream with Steve. And what was his reply? He's the one that brought NW up to begin with.
Yeah, he says he was an agent for the New World Order or something. I guess he was being sarcastic. But
yeah, but the problem is when he said that out of the nowhere, well, then what are you supposed to think, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it showed he, you know, knew who you and Steve were and were maybe avoiding you or whatever. You know.
So they're not back
Bill,
yet.
I have a question to ask you. If you put up, I'll ask you off the camera. We'll talk. I just got to ask you something about the whole interface on YouTube, but I'll talk to you later.
Oh no, that wasn't you, Steve. He asked me if Annika was back, and I told him no.
I'm trying to talk to her on Twitter.
I tried to be forceful in the beginning with the chat because I don't know whether Annika, and I don't want to accuse her of something, but at the same time I'm on the fence as to really not if their heart is into what we're doing, and that's another issue. And it's very problematic for me, Bill, because we've seen these infiltrators come and go, and we see this.
Yes.
You and I know we're real people, you know.
Yeah, even since the time she's been on Monday Forever Alone Monday stream, I always did think she was genuine, to be honest. She got a lot of criticism even back then.
Well, she did because a lot of incels are angry people, which I don't blame them. I mean, they've seen it. You know who did a snowball job to those guys that dislike Annika? Karen, or Girl Writes What? Karen Stroud, with her comments about, many men are unfuckable. I mean, with her honey baby show.
And when she went on the Millennial Woes, you know, she was on there. You saw that?
Yeah,
she got the exact same response on there as she did back with.
That one girl, Millennial Woes.
But I do think it was unjustified.
She's the girl that's like half Japanese and white. She's totally she's totally into this for the ride. She's not by any means feeling sorry for TFLers.
Wait, who are you talking about?
That girl, I think it's Millennial Woes. She's a young girl in her mid-20s.
Oh no, you're thinking of Roaming Millennial.
Roaming Millennial. That's right. Yeah, Roaming Millennial. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, of course she's gonna get. Yeah. She seems okay to me as well, but I don't
like Roaming Millennial. She's clearly she's riding this mentality.
Is that her coming back?
Oh no, that wasn't her.
Well, I like
Lauren Chen. I don't know about her.
All of us are simping except for goddamn Steve. And here's the thing, man. I haven't said one. For the most part, I've sat back and been silent the whole goddamn time.
Like, think about Lauren Southern. Have you seen? Do you remember what happened with her? She did the whole documentary on the refugee crisis in Europe, And then she's all of a sudden walks away, so she's going to take a break from her whole.
Hey, Bill, I got to tell you something. I might as well put this out in the public forum. Somebody offered to buy me a desktop computer, and I'm going to see if they keep up their. Boy, I'll tell you what, that would be one gesture of love if somebody did that for me, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're just making false promises.
It's no coincidence as well that alt-right movement really kicked off, after 2013, around 2016, because at that stage, all the damage had been done. There wasn't much awareness before.
No matter how much these people women in this movement try to rationalize this, the bottom line is more TFLers every year. No, by the way, Daz, no, I wasn't collecting donations. It was that somebody had offered this through the chat here, or not. I'm not worried about it though.
Yeah. Well, we got to Toronto man with us. Welcome to the show, guy.
Hey there, guys. I heard some of Annika's stuff, and I thought it was kind of interesting.
Dude, Harry, what are you doing? You're like wiggling around, or can you just sit straight? You're making me dizzy looking at your picture.
Yes, I just like to walk around, whenever I'm talking.
Yeah, okay, that's no problem.
All right, I've sent several
weird,
messages to her on Twitter, and I asked her what province and county she's from for her ancestry, and then I'm saying, "Are you coming on the stream? We're waiting for you. Are you still here?" She hasn't responded.
I thought Annika was from Sweden. I didn't think she was Irish.
Oh, she is. She says she's 3/4 Irish and 1/4 Swedish.
Okay, so she's mostly Irish. Wow.
Steve, should I turn off the cam? Would that make it easier?
No, that's fine. You can get your face. You're good. You're not making me dizzy. I was just joking.
But yes, a brave man at 21 years of age, willing to put his face out there, I must say.
Thanks. And some of the stuff I've said on the stream is quite socially outrageous, isn't it? Probably get in trouble for that.
Ron fan, where are you out of?
I live in Dublin, Ireland.
Okay, so you're Irish. What's happening to that country of yours? Is it being wrecked by the New World Order?
Yeah, to a degree you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, like they're bringing all these non-whites in there and bringing all these brown people and.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of the Ireland 2040
agenda. Yeah, these
the population.
Once they do this damage, there's no fixing it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And because what they're destined for is what's already happened to the United States.
Well, yeah, I didn't realize I didn't think the Irish people could be so lame that they could let this happen to their country. It's crazy.
Meant to be the fighting Irish.
I'm not Irish, but I've always loved the fact that Irish people in America used to have their own communities. And this is a fact. There's a guy named Michael Jones. He said that the Jewish establishment was so sick and tired of the Irish having their own culture that they would they didn't want to see these Irish Catholic communities in America.
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with Michael Jones.
He was saying that a lot of that stuff, they totally destroyed those communities. So if you see a Hollywood movie like that movie The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg, that's bullshit. You don't see Irish communities like that anymore. That's not common. Those blue collar Irish communities. That's a blast.
I know he's documented it extremely well in his own local area in Philadelphia. He said he's an Irish American. He's lived through the entire direct social engineering, not even what Bill
but he points out that there's a Jewish factor involved in it, and he's not afraid to say it.
He's probably the most hardcore Jewish.
Yeah, he's not afraid to say the J word, and I'm not either, because I'm not saying all Jewish people are evil, but there are certain segments of Jewish intelligentsia that are very powerful.
But even just to say that does kind of put Bill's stream in danger.
I'm okay. I'll say that.
Literally, just that they do actually monitor words.
Okay, well, we're talking about E. Michael. Well, E. Michael Jones doesn't get these censored, and he says that word all the time.
Yeah. Well, he's deleted all his videos on his channel to try and avoid being censored, but. And he's always
E. Michael Jones deleted his videos?
He only has about 2 or 3 videos now.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. Yeah, we're just having a discussion.
No, it's not surprising at all. It's a miracle. You might suspect him of being a plant based on how long he survived from what he was
No,
saying.
Michael Jones has been around a long time.
Yeah, he has. I know.
No,
I've
I
been
don't
following
think he
for years
is.
as well.
But I don't follow. There's a lot of destructive forces that are not Jewish out there. Liberalism in general is like a virus. Like you can't. I don't believe in just faulting one group of people, because like you got to look at. There's so many people that are like these neocons. Only half of them are Jewish and half of them are not Jewish. Half of them are just war hawks, like that John Bolton guy.
Yeah, but on in his chat about how he supposedly threw other men under the bus to talk to this Annika. It's like, dude, I don't know what the fuck I said.
I didn't throw anybody under the bus with Annika. I didn't throw anybody.
I even disagree with her. And I even told her straight up. It's like I told her she was full of shit, because you can't have a system where men have to fight for their right to have a vote, and women just get a vote just for being women.
I got something to tell you guys. I think when I came into the chat the very first time, I changed the direction of Annika's tone, because Annika was kind of going around that hamster wheel. And I said, look, this is the way it doesn't matter what you say. And I think what happened was she got off here, and then she made it more calm. Listen, I'm on the fence with Annika still. I'm being nice about it, but I'm on the fence.
Yeah, but Steve, you have to understand a bit of background here. On New Year's Eve, she went on a stream. Have you ever heard of a guy called JF on YouTube? She went on a stream with him. And have you ever heard of someone called Coach Red Pill?
Yeah, Coach Red Pill is that Jewish guy that claims that he's getting pussy all the time. Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, he went on a stream with her, a guy called JF. On JF's stream, Annika was on, and Coach Red Pill came on, and he started giving her absolute dog's abuse. Like, she started saying, like, "Oh, you're only on here to try and like manipulate men to get views and stuff."
Red Pill's definitely an agent. Like, he's got connections to Richard Spencer.
They're all. I would say Bill and I with this TFL, we're the only two guys. Well, I don't want to say we're the only two, but Bill, I think I only know two people ourselves that are not bought and paid for that I can think. I mean, we talk about TFL very practically. We're no nonsense about what the problem is, the social engineering and the demographics and all the insane stuff going on. I don't think it's fair that me and you have a right to question all this stuff.
Well, that's exactly it,
Yeah.
And I understand what Ron's saying, but you still got to be careful, because Monday's the one that essentially started to spill to begin with, because if he had never left that comment to Harry, saying that Steve and I, and he brought up my name first, are nothing but agents, are New World Order agent. Oh no, he's an agent for the New World Order.
Yeah.
If he had never done that, it wouldn't have went the direction it went. He helped it go that way himself, whether he realizes it or not.
There's somebody in the chat who's saying that I simped to Annika, that they're calling me a simp. Well, let me tell you something. The last thing you want to do, if you're living TFL, the last thing you should do is follow the advice of these red pill guys telling you to be masculine, inject testosterone.
No, but Annika wasn't going to make me back down either. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go around espousing all the right views, that is a death sentence. Like these people are nothing but merchants of discontent. If you want my advice, stop filling your head with.
Well, I would like to see these merchants of discontent get on Bill's stream, but they won't do it. That's the problem. They want to get on here, like, if
you're better off. You're better off simping than listening to.
If you don't want to help, Bill in his fight, then buy Bill buy Bill a computer peripheral or something. Do something. I mean, these people they don't really do anything but just leave nasty comments in here, and I don't like to call anybody a simp until I can verify it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you got a lot of people out there with childish behavior. Okay.
No, you got 71 in the watch. This is really a record.
I would have to say, when it comes to everything we've talked about, Annika, unfortunately, even though I can tell she means well, I'm still going to be careful with it, because of the history and knowing what I know about YouTube. Okay, even tonight, I've been watching. And I know it's not a software glitch, okay? I watched my numbers earlier go from 76, because it actually went up to 80. It went from 76 clear down to 0. And then it went back up to 5 views and stayed that way for about 10 minutes.
You know, Bill, at this point, it's irrelevant. As long as the people can hear your chat, who cares what it says? As long as people can listen to this and hear it.
You know, so I'm going to be very careful with that, Annika. I don't want to cause anything because, you know what, they could very well be just people like you and I, but they could also be, Monday could also be an employee of the establishment. We don't know.
Well, it makes me wonder if he doesn't want me and you asking him the tough questions. And what is his relationship? Where does he get his video editing skills? Which makes me wonder he works in the media. He's got to have some media connections if he's able to do all this fancy screen capturing and not just that, the screen capturing. It's the way he presents it like a professional reporter.
He is, yes.
He sounds like a guy that works in the establishment, and you and I are both off the cuff. We never rehearse any. We don't rehearse anything. We just get up on here and do it. You know.
Yes. And conveniently, when she went to get him to come on, he came long enough to disconnect the chat.
Yeah, I know it's not hard to edit videos. It's very easy, but it takes time. And he seems to have a lot of time to present the subject in a very almost in a very Hollywood-esque style. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And the other guy that took off.
Very professional, not just the video editing.
Yeah.
It's like the way he gets on camera and he says, well, let me talk about this. I was just talking to a friend the other day, and he told me this and that. And then he goes through this whole litany. He sounds like a guy that well rehearses his speeches.
Yeah. He's very professionally spoke. And the other guy that come in here, well, he was spilling rhetoric to begin with, and even if he said a few good things, he was trying to dominate the show.
No, I didn't like that Crimson guy at all. He seemed like he didn't want to give you the benefit of the doubt at all, Bill. It was like there was nothing valid about TFL.
Exactly.
Yeah, he started saying all these feminist talking points like toxic masculinity, and that's made it seem like he must just be a troll, like, because who would possibly make it this far, like, saying those things? It seems absurd.
He did, you know, he spent 2 hours critiquing a video that I made over a year ago, and he said a whole bunch of rubbish in it, okay? And I actually didn't think he'd even show up tonight. And there he was, he showed up.
Yeah, he was there like literally at the very beginning.
Before I got here.
At 3 a.m. he was there.
Well, Crimson, maybe he was being more, I don't think he's a troll. I think he's just a mangina. I don't think he's a troll at all.
Yeah.
These fucking feminist manginas, I've argued with some of these types, man, and they're fucking, these are these college university types. And let me tell you what college universities churn out, man. Dumbed up idiots. People are dumbed up idiots.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt about it that if you take the academic approach to TFL, you're going to blame the victim. TFL is not something that needs to be studied in academia without showing, at least being objective about it. In academia, it's not objective. It's totally subjective.
Yeah, exactly. You'll get your Todd
Modern day academia is a modern day neo-Marxist brainwashing pen.
Yeah, exactly. It will be.
It really is, man. It is.
And given their analysis, that's
the
all.
funny thing about it is a lot of these will be the same type of people, right? Who will denounce religion, right, and say they're not religious and they're like hardcore atheist types. But they didn't really give up anything. They just replaced everything, right? They replaced God with the government. They replaced the church with the classroom. They just replaced everything.
Yeah, they just renamed everything. You're absolutely right.
Well, that's the story of the entirety of Europe from the 17th century onwards, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
All our cultural forms are basically a new religion of just secularism. Is just Christianity in a new guise, particularly socialism.
Did you see I redesigned my page for the TFL Saturday Night Live and even put the name on it?
Yeah, so it looks really good.
Hey, Bill, we're getting
Anyway,
some positive. Our dual chats are getting some good responses. I think me and you are a good dynamic duo. I'm John Stockton and you're Carl Malone.
Oh man, I'm just me.
Anyway, I've just been talking to Anika on Twitter, and she said she's not coming back on tonight. It's a bit late, but she will be back on next weekend.
Okay, she can come on next week, but we'll still discuss her in the meantime. I mean, I don't know if we're going to scare her away because I'm going to do a lot of videos on this.
Yeah, well, you know, the intent isn't to scare her away,
Well, I
but
mean,
to be honest about what's going on.
it's nice to get a when was the last time you had a female voice on the radio show, be it the streams or the radio?
That's the danger of it. Having a female voice is going to make men melt.
Yeah, the last time a female was on a TFL topic show would have been Rhonda, and she came in as Anna.
Yeah, and she was TFL.
I haven't had a look at the chat, but I'd say it was very, very divisive. Maybe some people in the chat were like sucking up to her, and other people were completely scolding her. That's always the case.
That's exactly what took place.
There are a lot of these strongman narrative people in the chat. Like they're pushing the idea that you gotta inject testosterone and shave your head, be masculine, and you know they push the bullshit idea that men have to act like men again, which is just going to scare women away even more.
That's the thing. But I think Helba the Dashboard Light said it best when he says, no, you need to complain. You need to whine and complain and say, I can't do it. I can't do it. Women are more apt to want to rescue a wounded bird than they are a masculine man, for sure. Women don't want masculine men. The brawny man is obsolete.
Absolutely. No, that worked for me in terms of, and she just, sorry, did I get cut off?
No, I removed I removed the unwanted people.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Where was I? Yeah. No. I mentioned I that sort of helped propel me into a relationship was being honest about my my grievances, and the woman, you know, she didn't disrespect me or think I was a. Anyways, I'm just saying it just goes to show that there's truth to the wounded bird theory. I really think
there is. I think if you're middle of the road, the middle of the road theory is the best thing I could have come up with. Is the idea that if you fit that middle of the road where you're not masculine but you're not also a wimp, you're probably in the worst place you could be. Because there are some women that might make
that
like
I agree with.
Middle of the road is basically you're just an average guy with an average job, and that doesn't.
Right. I think the only women who like.
I'm looking, trying to look objectively at what the dynamic is that what women go for. What do the men who are being outed all have in common? And I look at who they're seeing, and I look at women who are paired up with, and there doesn't really seem to be any logic to it. I mean,
there is no logic. Warren, even years ago, a guy like you would have still found somebody.
Yeah, you know. I don't doubt that, man. Because look, if I go back to when I was about 10 years old in 1989, yeah, I was kind of the dorky kid. I kind of got bullied and stuff a little bit every now and then. But I still had chicks that were interested in me. I had a handful of chicks. I wasn't interested in them, but I thought I had the rest of my life to focus on girls. I was doing other things then. But I'd say by the time I became 12, 13 years old, overnight, boom, I couldn't get nowhere with.
Bill,
you know.
Bill, is it wrong to assume that F.A. Monday has an agenda that he doesn't want to talk about today? Am I?
Steve, we'll have to wait until next week. Annika says he'll be there, so
I guess we'll wait and give him a chance. Maybe next Monday.
Give him another week.
Here. Yeah.
If he comes on,
I don't know why he can't come on now.
Like, if you think that was suspicious, they did leave very, very abruptly. But
yes, they did. So I think what needs to happen is we'll give them another week. Okay,
yeah,
I think give it another week.
Chill. The general consensus was full on chill. Now that at least his girlfriend's come on, at least that's lowered the suspicions.
Well, we know that it's his girlfriend. I didn't know that she was his girlfriend or that they were paired up, but apparently they are.
Yeah, apparently he because I was on his stream earlier and the two of them were on a couch talking, so he must have been there the entire time listening in.
Yeah. I was a little bit upset with Mitchell when he said men and women equally are struggling to be lonely. I thought, Mitchell, I love you to death, but don't ever say that in a chat that it's a 50-50 ratio. It's basically that's what it sounded like. And you're going to tell me women are equally lonely?
Maybe he felt like he had no right to judge women because we've never lived in a woman's shoes. And yeah, maybe we don't know what's going on behind doors in these marriages and relationships.
I know. I agree with that. We don't know what goes on behind doors. I totally agree. But in the aggregate of things, when you take everything as a whole, women are not as lonely as men by a long shot.
I always hate the argument too, because feminists will always say, like, you know, like any of the protected classes, you can't judge them because you're not in their shoes. But at the same time, they're going to tell us we can't judge a woman because we're not in her shoes. But yet they're not in our shoes, and
right.
and
I don't
every time
like
we
to
bring
do
that
that.
up, they just ignore it.
Okay, because that's a shaming tactic. Because what she's doing, if she's saying, "Well, you don't know me personally," that's okay. So I don't know you personally, but it's not going to stop me from, in the long run, telling her how I feel about the dating scene in general. Just because she might not be like that doesn't mean I have to somehow back down because she's not like that. I'm still going to say what the fuck I want to say. Pardon my language, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to apologize. No, I wouldn't do this in a public forum because it would escalate into physical violence, because you know how white knights act. We don't have to deal with white knights in this internet. And that's a good thing, because we can have an intelligent debate without all these filters.
Right. Going back to what I said earlier, I almost feel like, in a way, it would be good if YouTube took down these red pill strongman narrative type channels that are pushing, you know, certain alt-right channels that are pushing the idea of men have to go out and, you know, talk to women like they're property and talk, you know, espouse out alt-right views like women shouldn't be able to vote anymore. Because if those channels went away, it would really sort of close this portal. Excuse me.
I would have loved.
Annika
said something very interesting. She said she doesn't think women should fight in wars. Of course not, because it's the best of both worlds. You get the right to vote. You get to relish in the pussy renaissance, and you get the best of everything. Of course, women are going to support a system like this. What woman in the right mind wouldn't support an unfair system?
That's really what it comes down to. But you know, the reality is, you know, Annika has never lived TFL.
No.
She says she's been alone, but I know a lot of women who are alone. Okay, let's just go with what Mitchell said, right? If Mitchell's saying that we have, you know, an equal demographic there, well, then we would have to say the other half of the population, the female gender, would, because they chose to be alone.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Bill, I just think that one thing that you and I should do while we're still alive, because any one of us could die tomorrow, is we've got to maintain, like as the PUA say, we've got to keep a strong frame on this where we don't get distracted that because Annika might, I repeat, and I use that spirit with a grain of salt, might be one of those women that doesn't understand this. We have to not back down and be afraid of people that we think are feeding us a bunch of bullshit. That guy that was in here, Crimson, that guy clearly made it. He was not, there's nothing deceptive about him. He was telling, maybe he was a simp, but
yeah, no, he's far too far gone. He deserved to be kicked out.
Gone. He was just, everything was the man's fault. Everything was the man's fault. Everything was the man's fault. He never once said that women are guilty of transgressions. It's the man's fault. It's the man's fault. It's the man's fault.
Yeah,
that's the
guy. He sounded like the guy.
And that's what you're going to get from those types, yo. That's what you're going to get from those types, man.
Well, you know, Warren, he even denied the 30+ years of male shaming in the media. He said, where? That don't exist.
I think he must have been an employee of Barack Obama.
I think some of these people are delusional. Do you remember that one guy who called himself the Happy Cabbie, that big guy with that real fat stomach?
Yeah.
He was a guy that was a TFLer. He died a TFLer. And the funny thing was, he would make fun of TFLers, but then yet he was TFL. He wasn't getting anyone. Yeah.
We see that all the time, Steve.
A lot of these guys
in denial.
A lot of TFLers, they hate the situation so badly because they know it's hopeless, so they attack the very thing that they're living.
Yep.
And that's the thing that gets me, because I guess about something that you've covered before too, is there's no transparency, man. There's so many guys that are living TFL, but like there's a portion of guys that live TFL that have a very immature and childish mindset. And they don't want to be honest, right?
Hey, Bill, between you, at least the three of us, and maybe four of us in here, or maybe all of us, we're honest about what inflicts us. I admit I've lived TFL for many years, going on, and I've had a couple girlfriends. But the thing is, nobody wants to admit to this problem. They just keep playing this tough guy narrative, and it's getting ridiculous. Yeah. I'm fucking tired of it. And I think people that are honest about the situation are less apt to be mentally ill. The people that become mentally ill over this are the people that deny it.
Well, I would agree with that. When you're in denial, you bottle the stuff up, and after a while, it's going to cause you mental problems for sure.
Well, sometimes, go look at incels.co. Go look at that forum. Or sometimes they'll even acknowledge the problem, but some of them their mindset is just so immature and toxic and just hypocritical, bro, and just nihilistic.
No doubt. It's like this: the incel community and the PUA community are both make up of the same narcissistic and psychopathic personality. It's just one was successful and one wasn't.
Yeah. I'm not somebody says they agree with me. I don't expect people to agree with me just because I'm Steve. I want people to just look at the situation with TFL and see how it's getting worse and worse as the years go by. And we can't believe that there's all these inferior men that just don't know how to talk to a woman. I refuse to. And another thing is, most men are not pining for a woman and going up to them in random places and hitting on them, because I'd be seeing that if that was the case. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see guys walking up to random women and pinching their butts. Most men are terrified to go up to women. So
yeah.
In today's society, if you walked up to a strange woman and pinched her ass, you'd probably have your ass handed to you by the white knights, and you'd be in jail.
And the men that
the white knights
that are doing good with women are pre-selected anyway. So I think the way it happens a lot of times, if a woman does go from one boyfriend to another, a lot of the times, man, if there's a brief period of singledom, a lot of times, like, if she's going to get rid of one boyfriend to go to another boyfriend, she's already got her next guy lined up. But if she's going to do it, but a lot of these women, by the time they hit their 30s, man, like I said, they're not even doing that shit anymore.
No,
they
get their hormones out of them.
Promiscuous off their teens and their 20s, and maybe by their late 20s, early 30s, they start to slow down. And
yeah, you brought that up with Annika, and I thought it was very relevant to the context in which it arose. But she didn't acknowledge it at all. She just made out as if it made no difference. But they are burnt out by the early 30s. There is a completely different scenario between the sexes, where the men are very frustrated in the early years, and the women become burnt out in their late fertility stage.
Bill, can you hear me?
I don't know where Steve's dealing with. Steve is like in his 40s, and he's dealing with women there who are actually completely inviable in terms of their fertility.
Well, it's more than just fertility. There is an age issue. Obviously, dating doesn't get easier as you get older. Jobs do if you have a right skill. But dating does not get easier. Dating gets tougher.
The classic PUA says that when you're in your 40s and you're a male, you have the complete advantage over women in your age range.
No, God, no. Men have a shelf life. In fact, I would say the shelf life is once you hit 30 is when you notice it. That's because Hell by the Dashboard Light, when he hit his 30th birthday, that's when he said, that's when you really notice it. You are done.
Yeah, but I don't
boy.
think men have an advantage from 30. I just think that they have an advantage in that they stop caring a lot more, but they don't have an advantage in that they're able to.
Yeah, but I've learned that not caring doesn't get you anywhere. Just because you don't care about dating doesn't mean women are throwing themselves at you.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. But
that's fantasy from the PUAs.
Yeah, the world doesn't care what we think about ourselves or our situation, unfortunately.
Well, you know, I shut everybody down earlier tonight when that guy was in here, and Annika was in here, and I brought up TFL and social engineering. They gave me a look, but the minute I said if there wasn't a problem with TFL, if TFL wasn't real going on, then you need to explain where the pickup artist industry came from, the books and seminars that made them rich. How did they do that off a problem that didn't exist?
Oh man.
PUA CIA.
Yeah. PUA equals CIA. Yeah, that's funny.
Exactly. But you know, I watched it. Annika went quiet, and so did the dickwad, excuse my language, that was in here that left because he couldn't, the simp. He went totally quiet because he couldn't even ever come back to that one. He was so busy slamming men when I said that, he lost his mind.
Well, you mean Crimson, that black guy?
Yes.
Yeah, Crimson was not. I don't know why a guy like him. He's living TFL.
Oh, I'm sure.
Maybe he felt like he could.
Here's the thing.
Maybe he felt like he could inadvertently build some rapport with Annika, and then maybe she'd introduce him to her social circle.
Very good point.
Yeah, but in fairness, they did.
Yeah.
In fairness, they didn't know they'd be at the same time.
Here's the thing.
It's a huge
These male feminist guys, no woman on the face of the earth is going to respect a male feminist, bro. I mean,
no,
you know that.
They're just
even
a
if he's
tool.
not TFL, he's cucked like hell, bro.
Yeah.
Because most of these men who are radical, like lib shits, they come from single mother homes. You do find that all the time.
Well, you know what, though? I told Bill in the video I did, it's possible that he probably is from a single mother home because a lot of these liberal guys are. But if you're living TFL, it doesn't mean that you could have had two great parents and still live TFL, because the dating scene does not, I believe it's external from what happened in your life. I think that this thing, the social engineering takes precedent over this. Would you agree, Bill, that the social engineering is number one on the list here?
No, but I'm saying lib shit, like full on leftist political dissuasions do tend to come from men from single mother homes, but TFL comes from men of all familial backgrounds. So I agree with you there.
Yeah. By the way, we can agree to disagree. Bill seems to think that women like sex as much as men do. I almost think that is insane, but Bill and I disagree with that.
Yeah, it is. It's very complicated what you even mean by do women like sex. Like you could say that there's no doubt that men are more driven to seek out sex than women.
Men have testosterone. Women, in order for women to have strong sex drives, they'd have to have as high of a testosterone level, which they don't. They have estrogen.
I don't buy into that stuff.
Perhaps women do.
No, I mean,
I don't buy into that.
Dicks in them by 25.
Yeah, exactly. I don't buy into that.
Scrotum, you can't even give cum away. You can't even give a man's sperm away. And it's like it's so men are cheap. I mean, we are the disposable sex. Let's face it. It's a reality.
We are in this culture, yeah. But I mean, in the Islamic cultures and the Indian cultures, I feel the women are more disposable. They're actually the ones working the worst tier jobs. Like you see a woman building the carpets by hand, and then the men actually sell the carpets.
Well, Chinese, Asian culture there is no sexual dimorphism in Asian culture. The women and the men are equals. The women run the restaurants. The women do the physical work. It is very equal culture. Asiatic culture is the closest thing to equality that you're going to see, especially in China.
Oh
yeah, I mean, the Muslim countries do.
What's this talk about like Vincent, man? Vincent's supposedly sick and dying now.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah, they're talking about this in the chat here. I've heard somebody mention that before. Vincent won MGTOW.
Wow.
He never exactly spun plates, did he?
Yeah, I'm interested to know why they think that. Did he upload a video? How did they know?
Oh boy.
He has stage 4 colon cancer.
Is that what they're saying?
He said he's got about a year to live.
All that. See, Bill, what did I tell you about you never can predict the future?
That's exactly it.
People don't understand how severe your life is, how delicate.
Realize how fast you can go downhill. When my health problems come on, they come on within 6 months.
And what's he going to do with all those bitcoins and all that stuff? Is he going to give it away, or I don't know.
Well, maybe he'll try to take it with him, huh? Good luck on that one.
Damn, that sucks that he's gone, man. And it sucks that he has to go such a painful way, man. Because he was a good guy, man. I mean, I didn't know him personally, but I knew him through his videos, and he seemed like such a peaceful,
my God,
like,
I see
humble
these
guy.
He looks so skinny.
Yeah, he's got cancer then.
Oh my God, is this one video of him? Oh my God.
Damn, man, that
Oh
sucks
my God,
to hear that, man.
I'm looking at one from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I might archive some of his stuff before he takes it down.
Yeah.
I think for a while.
Yeah, see that video. It's horrible.
Do you see how different he looks?
Yeah, like a skeleton. You can tell he's sick.
And you can go back like a year or two ago, and you see, just going back like 6 months ago, you can see how he's changing his look just in that short. Wow. He doesn't even seem sad about it.
He has a good mindset then, anyhow. That's sort of the way, it's sad because, but this is it. You can be here today and gone tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to see prayer. I don't want to see anything. I kind of makes it's an end of an era if he passes on. He had a lot to offer MGTOW. He was pretty. But one thing you're going to learn, though, is for a guy that has as much money as him, he probably is worth $500,000. He doesn't have. You can't take it with you.
No.
Right, and no woman ever cared. No woman ever cared about the mountain of Bitcoin. I mean, that's sad to say. It's just brutal. It's he got misled. I
wonder if living TFL led to helped exacerbate his cancer, because he definitely was TFL.
Oh yeah, you can imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, he says he's not, but nobody in the right mind would say, "Oh, I'm happy being single." You don't think with Vention, he's very unconventional. He's very unyielding. I don't think a woman could ever control him, and that's one reason why he cannot get in a relationship, because I see guys that look like Vention all the time with fairly decent-looking girlfriends or wives. Why is it we see these people that look like Vention all the time that have girlfriends and wives? So to say it's his looks is insane. I think it's more the fact that when they do get to know him, he does kind of put on an aura that he's not controllable.
He's aloof.
Yeah,
well, he's not himself. Stubborn.
Yeah. But it's weird in my situation. I mean, I'm with you, because when I look at it, I don't see any logic, but it's weird. Like in my situation, right? The rarity that a woman is ever interested. I mean, that's a rare occasion. Like maybe once every 3 or 4 years, right? Is either an extremely fat chick or some girl with an extreme deformity or something like that. I mean, to where I'm just not feeling it. I mean, and I look around, and what I see around me, and there are exceptions. There are some guys, like I knew one guy who had a good frame, good height, but he had a butt ugly face, and but he was a bad boy, and he did good with women, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but like for the most part, I look around, and I see a lot of fat women with like really jacked ass fucking dudes.
Right. We see every variation of it. But Vention, like to say Vention, I used to think, Vention's a dork, but he's actually, I see guys that look like him all the time that have wives and girlfriends. It just doesn't make any sense. So why is it we keep seeing these people that look like, I've seen guys that look like Kicks Passion, short, pudgy guys, and they can still land a woman. And, I don't know.
Guys like Kicks Passion do well because they're androgynous and they're not threatening looking. Like Vengeance, I think could get a woman. Wouldn't be anything. You know, I don't like to rate women. I don't like to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10. But I mean, at his age, I think women would be a little less.
Not if he dated a woman in her mid-40s, and there's a lot of. I see a lot of these guys. I mean, I taught school. You guys understand I was a teacher. So I would look at a male student and say, oh, that guy looks ugly. He probably doesn't have one. You meet his girlfriend. She's not bad looking, or his wife. So you cannot assume by looking at somebody that you can tell what kind of woman they would be dating or be married to.
No, that's right. That's right. In fact, I think this guy that Warren was talking about, he mentioned was tall with an ugly face. What men consider to be an ugly face is actually not so much what women consider to be an ugly face.
Right.
In fact, having huge bug eyes and fat cheeks is a lot of women really love that look, and especially younger women. They don't want the chiseled guy with the big jaw. I think that's a detriment.
Schlubby Hubby is the guy she has the babies with. No, she's the fucking guys like Rollo Tomasi are so full of shit. It's like they make it look like they're the Hubby Schlubby is just being cocked, and all the children she's got are from some other dude. That's all bullshit. Most of the kids, all the kids are
porn.
Yeah, it's just more, fisheye JFK.
Cucking is a fantasy from porn. It doesn't happen in real life. It's bullshit. It's more.
No guy would be willing to. Yeah.
It's just so disgusting. I hate guys clogging the chats with this bullshit like cucking. Come on, how old are you? Like some 13-year-old who's watched porn for the first time. Like, it doesn't happen in real life. Most marriages are sexless, though.
Oh, that's the extent.
Most marriages are sexless. I should add that.
Most marriages, I agree.
It's not publicized, but like, look, my neighbors that live behind me, right? They're these old Hispanic couples, right? The husband and wife, and they got two little kids that live there, right? And I find out, I thought I heard something coming from that shed when I walked back there one night, but I didn't think that I kept going. But come to find out, the wife had been cheating on her husband with another guy that they do in the shed out there. And I found out this out later. There was they had a big fight about it or something.
Yeah, well, that's possible.
Yeah.
Oh no, you mean a woman cheated?
Yeah,
Yes, it must have been because of the personality and not the looks, or not the sex, or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's not the sex.
I think what it is, I don't know. I mean, whether they do beyond 30 or not, I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to really gauge that on an individual scenario, but I've seen cases of it happening. I do think that there are women that will still cheat, though. I mean, I know for a fact that in their younger years, when they still got all that angst in them and they still want to get it all out of them. I mean, they will, but a lot of these women, they've gotten it out of them by the time they hit their 30s. And about half of them, if they're going to really settle down, I mean, they're either going to go to the fish market or they're going to go. I mean, maybe they'll beta buck some guy or something. I mean, for a natural resource.
Well, at the time a guy or a girl reaches 30, you got two different situations going on. So the woman has probably had a relationship before because she's not living TFL, whereas the guy's a leftover guy who's never had a relationship. And then the only options for him are the women who have had multiple relationships in the past, which none of them have actually worked. None of the relationships have worked, they've all failed. So you're actually setting yourself up for a very problematic person who's been maybe in 5 or 10 relationships that have all ended due to her. That's the common denominator because she's been involved in 10 relationships that have all broken down, and that's going to be her fault. So I mean, basically, whenever you get to 30 plus, you're left with these women who are time bombs, really. These women who have tried to make it work and have gotten, after breakup, they're very confrontational, you could say, like they're the problem, and that's all you've got to really deal with at 30 plus. These women who have destroyed many a relationship, and they're probably going to destroy yours.
It's weird though, like female sexuality is the weirdest thing to me. Like when I look at it, right, like how easily, right, how thin of a line it is between a heterosexual and a bisexual woman, and because even straight women nowadays, I mean, are like somewhat bi. Like it's weird, like. like they can do shit together. The guys the dudes were doing that shit together. They'd definitely be classed as gay for doing it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Most women, they have very rich social lives. You know, going out with their girlfriends, drinking.
And Annika doesn't want to acknowledge that. Does Annika not know that women have such vibrant social lives compared to men? Like their lives are pretty much cut out for them. Annika would have no problem getting a group of female friends. Like if Annika sat down by herself at a bar and got a glass of wine, the female bartender would befriend her and they'd be talking, and there would be a couple other girls there. They would hit it off really good. You know, and I don't know if women can. I just don't believe she can't see that.
I don't believe that they even perceive it, Steve. I think they're blind to it, and you almost have to like somehow pry their eyes open and turn their head. Look.
I mean, we are invisible. My late sister and I would get into this argument too. She just didn't understand the difference, but she had 3 brothers, and all of us at one point were not dating. And she always had a boyfriend in her life. Always had. And there were lines of penises, like guys that wanted to date her. And she was very monogamous, okay? But still, it was like these penises, they drop out of the sky. They're everywhere. I mean, it's like you cannot imagine how easy their lives are. They would have to. They can't. There's no agency. Listen, my sister was a good person, but she didn't understand this because she always had male attention, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Right. And I wanted to add one other thing: is that women, not only do they have rich social lives, they can write their ticket economically. One thing that Aaron Clare, he's such a bullshitter, because he'll tell you that, you know, women, they're going to major in fields like, I don't know, philosophy, basket weaving. They could major in basket weaving. They've still got a $60,000 a year HR job waiting for them at the end of their 4-year degree.
And women that get engineering degrees very rarely work on engineering projects. They get put up in like a position like purchasing or something. Like they'll get an engineering degree, but their main job will probably be in charge of a bunch of men. I guarantee it.
Exactly. They're making more money than Aaron Clary's making as working his tail off as an entrepreneur.
Well, Aaron Clary's broke. He doesn't have
another thing to bear
in
in mind, and I've heard a lot of people say this, like especially within the IT fields and like the engineering and STEM fields, is a lot of employers are afraid to reprimand a woman for her performance because it'll be sexist, right? Where a guy will get in trouble for not performing up to a certain point, women don't. They're either given a bye because there's that nervousness there. They don't want to be labeled as sexist or have to, worry about getting sued or whatever.
Well, even if a woman doesn't want a corporate job, let's say she doesn't want to put up the corporate stress, she's got social anxiety, which could be of I guess a legitimate concern. She could go on and become a special education teacher and make
I got something to tell you.
$50,000 a year with a pension. A special education teacher.
Bill, I have a theory as to why Hell by the Dashboard Light deletes his message. He wants to be able to get on here and interact, but he wants no paper trail of himself at all. That's why he's deleting all his messages.
Yeah, he's taught a few other people that, told them to delete their message as they would put it on. And then what I did is I caught 2 guys on here basically trolling the show, slamming me to the ground, and removing it right away. So I timed them out and removed them from the show. I blocked them.
Well, yeah, but I think that Hell by the Dashboard Light is he doesn't want a paper trail himself. Well, he's already got it out there because there's somebody's archived all his videos.
Oh, not that. He's on YouTube. If they ever want to find him, Google, just give the IP to the authorities. They'll be at his door.
Yeah, they already know the serial number of your cell phone and everything.
You wonder if the guy's trolling is that Crimson dude. I'm not saying it is.
No,
but you gotta wonder.
It's possible.
It was going on when he was in the show too. I know what happened. Ron Fan was at Danica's channel, and yeah, she has 40-something thousand subs. Of course, she's a good-looking female, right?
Right.
And he put the information to this show in the chat box on that show.
Who has 40,000 subs?
Annika.
Oh, she's got that many?
Yes.
Geez, that makes me even more suspicious.
Okay,
Yeah.
so and that's the thing about that is, so now we got these trolls that followed over from her channel, and they got the information from Ron. And the only thing I can do, and it would be a pain, is to tell everybody they need to get Zoom, so I can bring them in the contacts list. And the people that don't have access, like Warren and other people, you would have to be willing to have my email address or have a Facebook account, and then I would open the chat with a random number, and I would send that to you in a private message, so you can come into the show yourself. This way,
then I got it in the back now. We were wise like Yoda. Now we're screaming out Yoda. Now I hit him with the Yang Gang. Yang Gang, it's a mo.
Yeah.
And don't worry, see, that's what I'm talking about. So we may have to go to doing that just because he passed out that information to the public.
Mm-hmm.
This will put a stop to him.
So we'll have to know in advance who we'll actually have to vet out people way in advance.
So in other words, like maybe next Saturday, the people who are calling in on telephones, email me, or like Warren, see, he's on Facebook, so I can drop him the code in his messenger. He can come home, fire up his Facebook, look at the freaking messenger, take the code, and keep the same phone number you already got, Warren, right?
Yeah.
And then just punch in that code so you can come into the show, because unless I change the user ID number to where it's random, this way, and do it that way I can stop the stuff from happening.
Wait a minute, he said those rap clips are Eggman. Eggman actually does raps. That leads me to believe that people who are trolling us are actually TFLers.
Yeah, well, I'm sure of that. I'm already sure of that.
Yeah, you're right, Warren.
But the way to stop them is, if I do next week's show and I use a random meeting number, okay, then I can take that random number and I could put it in your box on Facebook, Warren. And for Dave, I could do the same thing. I could send it to a cell phone. Okay? So for people who are using your phone number to call in, if you don't got my email, you need to ask for it. Okay? You either get Zoom on your device, okay, and add me to your contacts list, or you have fixed up a way I can give you the new code for that show and keep the phone number, and then I can eliminate the trolls because it's a random number every time I come up. Because until now, I haven't been putting that out to the public. And Ron didn't even ask me. He just put that out to the public, and here we are having this happening.
Could change the meeting ID. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And then, yeah.
And it would even be with you, Harry, but see, I can go on Zoom and PM you the new ID number. But you know what I'm saying? But you're on my list, so you don't need it.
Yeah.
But Warren would need it. My other caller in here, okay, he would need it. So that would be my suggestion. This way you guys can still call in because you're not the issue. The issue is Ron passed out my number where there's 40,000 subs and we're getting trolled to hell because he passed it out.
Do you think realistically, Bill, we'll get Monday Forever Monday on here?
I don't know. I want to give you the chance until next week. I think it would be okay to have him on, because I would like to listen to what you would question him on, and I got a few questions for him, and I want to hear his answers. Because if he had never said to Harry what he said to Harry, that whole damn thing would have been avoided.
This channel is definitely promoted.
I I noticed that a lot of for some reason, these PUA type guys, these guys who promote PUA, aren't discouraged from coming on to this chat. But the more, I don't know, the strongman type guys like Stardust would never come on here, and I'm sort of
no, but Stardust is a fraud, and Bill and I we've talked about him before, Bill, and we'll talk about that another time. But Stardust is going to one day be exposed because I think some people out there know who this guy really is. He's a fraud. He's a TFLer, but yet he claims that he's living this extravagant life in Europe. He's a fraud. Right, Bill?
Yes.
Is Stardust attacking TFL now?
He not attacking it. He has stated numerous times that he doesn't know what it's like. He goes, I've never been incel, and he claims that he's deflowered multiple women, but his facial videos proved otherwise. All he ever did was complain about the dating scene, and he's nothing what he says he is.
Yeah, he's very fraudulent.
He's a fraud.
Who gives a fuck about flowering multiple women, you know? Most people just want an honest relationship.
Well, then it doesn't make sense. He claims he's had a horrible life, but then he's been married multiple times. And if you see what he looks like, and I'm not going to sound bad, Bill ain't going to hear us, he's on a scale of 1 to 10, he's about a 1.
I'll say this. In 2020, man, even if you're a dude that does decent with being able to pick up women, man, chances of finding an honest relationship are like 1 to 1,000, bro. I mean, because these days it's all about deception and drama and bullshit and games, and
that's exactly what it's about. That is exactly
hair bonding has
what
been
it's about.
destroyed. Hair bonding has been destroyed, absolutely.
Yep.
You know, if you have multiple partners, then you're not going to be as empathetic to your next partner. You're going to see them as replaceable, you know, like all the others before them. So
I gotta say one thing though is self-improvement is not the answer, because I was on a trip recently to a city about 6 hours away. Obviously, I took the Greyhound bus, and you'll go to these Greyhound bus stations and you'll notice transients and like couples, like they'll be homeless or sort of bouncing from town to town, maybe doing manual labor, and these guys don't seem to have a problem having a girl by their side.
It doesn't make sense because we do see this a lot.
It's like
how are these people getting through here?
Because the freaking ID number was passed out, Steve.
Okay. I'm just,
But yeah, Steve, if you go to your local a local Greyhound station, you're going to notice these sort of groups of transients, and they always look like they're up to mischief. And
you know
they'll
what?
often be hooked up. They'll be hooked up.
There's a Greyhound station not too far from me. I may do that. Maybe just go down there and check it out.
Yeah, I was shocked. It was like these guys, they were unwashed, you know, they nasty old clothes, and they'll had like duct tape guitars. They were the opposite of self-improvement. They clearly didn't have solid jobs, or they were living out of rooming houses, but they were with their girlfriend by their side.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense. Nothing adds up.
I can't find any logic into how they're selecting them, but the guys that they like are pre-selected.
Oh, it could be the drugs. You know, Steve, one possible explanation is that a lot of these transients are into
drugs. They're into drugs.
Drug use.
If you and I were into drugs and we were transients and we could get access to them, we would find hippie chicks to fuck. But I wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want to deal with that. And that's not my life. But I'm saying these transients have lots of drama in their life.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Steve, all you have to do is just watch some of these off-the-grid YouTube channels, like I think her name is Caroline's RV Living or something. I mean, a lot of these people, they're mentally ill.
You don't want to know why that off-the-grid stuff is bullshit. You notice how You notice how they never talk about having to take a crap or piss? That's one thing. It's a taboo. Where do these people dump their crap?
Well, there you go. I mean,
they don't want to talk about it. They'll say, "Oh, I'm living in my van and I got this nice little toilet." Where do you dump that shit? Where do you dump it? They don't want to tell you that they dump it on the side of the road where people drive. You know.
Yeah.
That's a disgusting.
Off
the grid shit is disgusting.
Yeah, and I'm sure they.
That's an idea for Shark Tank. The Turbo Duke 5000. You know, just build it into your car seat. You know, so you can take a shit while you're driving. You know.
You know how you go to the bathroom off the grid. You carry a 5-gallon bucket with you and a toilet seat. You sit it down next to a tree. You put the toilet seat on the bucket. But when it comes time to clean up, be very careful so you don't tip over.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're almost better off renting a very small apartment, even a basement apartment, something like that. I don't see the great. I don't see the rush. I don't see the not the justification, but the. I just don't see why people are treating the off the grid movement like the Alaska Gold Rush or Yukon Gold Rush.
No, it's horrible. It's a horrible life to live if you don't have a pot to piss in. It sucks.
Yeah, and plus a lot of the locals are going to come to resent you. I mean,
the locals don't want you parking your RV on their street. Are you fucking crazy? The first thing they're going to be doing is saying, "What are you doing here?" And I wouldn't be nasty to him, but I mean, I'm different than most people. If I had these people around, if they were nice and cordial to me, I'd probably treat them with respect. But I'm not like most people. Most people are selfish, and they have no tolerance toward that. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and maybe another factor is that a lot of the locals would be afraid of maybe their property taxes.
Well, they would get mugged too. If you had transients living in Winnebago, beat up Winnebagos by your house, you probably would be subject to getting robbed. And God forbid you have a girl, a young daughter, a teenage daughter. Could you imagine all these horny transients checking her out? I'd kick one of those guys in the balls if I saw him. If I was staring at my daughter, I'd stomp on his testicles.
Oh my God! Wow.
No, I'm saying. Listen, let's be honest about it. These transients are not all nice people. Let's not assume that just because they're transients that they're wonderful. They all have redeeming qualities. There's a lot of them are drug addicts. A lot of transients are transients because they can't socially make it in society. I can still function in society, contrary to what that asshole held by the dashboard, not held by the dashboard, but Kick's Passion kept accusing me of having Asperger's. I says, I function very well in society. I don't have a problem functioning.
I think anybody who's on any internet chat, whether it's YouTube or internet forum, has been accused of having Asperger's.
Even if you do have Asperger's, man, I got Asperger's, man. But even if you do have Asperger's, I still don't think that holds as a justification because, one, like I said, my early years, when I around the age of puberty, actually for a brief period of time at that age, actually started to have autism. Number two, I know a woman with far worse disabilities than I've got who have easy access to relationships. Aspie chicks won't give an Aspie guy the time of day.
Warren, I have to tell you something. I have to say something here. One of my best friends, is diagnosed on the spectrum, and this guy's an 8 out of 10 looks. He has no problem getting dates and getting women. Just problem is that they cheat on him in the end after a couple of years. But he's getting plenty of pussy, and he's diagnosed. So
there might be a few really super good looking dudes or something that can pull off. I mean, I'm not naive. I think yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, Steve. Going back to what you were saying about these off the gridders, they're definitely. I have to concur that they're definitely not all very nice people. I mean,
well, yeah, I think that there's something mentally messed up when you're living in your car for 20 years and you're driving around and you can't listen. All to survive, all you have to do is get a simple restaurant job in a one-room efficiency in a small town. It's not that hard to survive. But some of these people are just like they're so content. Like, first of all, when you live in your car, you're not getting any pussy. I mean, you'd have to be a drug addict with a lot of good drugs. You're going to be seen as a fucking wretched outcast. I mean, it's like being a leper. Living in your car or your little beat up, rusted Winnebago is like being a leper, especially if you're a dude, of all things.
Oh, man.
It's horrible.
Like the creepiness factor of being a dude. Imagine if you're in a family suburb.
You're gonna be living in this car. You gotta, and I'm not saying that. I mean, I shouldn't have said that whole thing about stomping on their balls. But seriously though, I don't think I'd want to see some guy living in his Winnebago taking like a mini shower or brushing his teeth, and then my daughter comes out to get the mail, and some dude's out there, and it's like he's thinking, God, it'd be great to get some pussy, man. I'm not saying he's gonna make a move, but I mean, you have to think about that shit because you wouldn't want these transients around. And that's this whole off the grid thing. They make it look like it's this big brotherly love fest. It's all bullshit.
No, right. I think there was you had mentioned about some of these people, these off the gridders not exactly being nice. Oh, I mean, look at Alex Ansary. Like, I think there were a few videos.
He's a belligerent asshole.
And there were a few videos accused that was sort of pointing him, like a few videos that had made some negative criticism about things he had said and in inconsistencies in his content. Mm-hmm. And you in the comment sections of those videos, you saw replies that said, "Oh, this is the webmaster," and it was Alex pretending to be somebody else.
Yeah,
like acting as though there was a webmaster managing his website or something.
Yeah,
saying,
well, Alex Ansary, I don't know what his gig is. All I can say is he acts like he's a victim everywhere he goes, and that's what I've seen. And
I don't think he can afford to hire somebody to manage his website. That seems like
I don't know. He seems like he had his shit together with that off the grid. He had that show called Outside the Box or something. He seemed like he had it together. I just don't understand why a guy like him couldn't get maybe a $30,000 a year job and still live like that. But I mean, the way he's that lifestyle is horrible. It's like your every day is a struggle. Every fucking day is a struggle. I mean, can you imagine living like that every day?
Oh my God. I think originally, Steve, the original kind of reasoning for him getting out of the Portland area was he mentioned something about he was very conscious of being like a mixed ethnicity guy.
Yeah, well, he talks about his father.
Germanic.
Well, yeah, his mom's German and I think Austrian, and his dad is from Afghanistan. And he says that there's all these conspiracies. The CIA has got his name pegged, and they're following him and all this shit. I mean, it's just so goofy. It's like, do you think if the CIA wanted to hunt you down, they know where you're at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Well, he mentioned something like I think it was the people of Portland didn't like, I don't know, his appearance or something.
Well, he's right. What he lamented about, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I think I kind of agree. He says he noticed that the people that started moving into Portland were upscale yuppie hipsters, and they're of Irish descent. So a lot of these hipsters have red hair. They're Irish Americans, but they're not like Irish blue collar living. They're like hipsters. And he said that he noticed that they look at him and people like him as if like they're like inferior or something. But he's made some good points. Portland is a very ugly city. It's got a lot of weird shit going on right now. It's going through a major change where and he's probably the best authority on it right now.
I had been there in 2008, and let me tell you, the Pacific Northwest, that's not exactly a friendly
No, it's
community
not at
of
all.
women who are willing to breastfeed you, and take you in.
No, you're not. It's got a lot of drugs. It's got a lot of that old spirituality. It's got a lot of drugs and transients living in the streets. It's not a place I'd want to be. I don't know. He seems to think that there's like sex in the air, like it's a dark sexuality in the air. Like if you want to get prostitutes and drugs, it's the great place to be. But if you're not into that, it's certainly not a place you want to be, which kind of makes sense.
Well, he had for a while he was doing bullhorning of the cuddle houses that that all started.
That was back in
Portland.
05 or 2015.
And I thought, wow, he was onto something there. That was a very predatory. That was definitely preying on TFL, to put it in a nutshell.
I think, yeah.
You know what? It seems every city just about in California, even the smaller cities, are infested with all this homelessness now. My city ain't very big, and it's like, but everywhere you go, in front of my door, down the street, homeless.
Mm-hmm.
Those
homeless guys are getting laid. Those homeless guys probably get more.
Yeah, totally out of it. It's screwed everywhere. Even the beach cities in California got homeless people sleeping on the beaches because the rent's so damn high. And nobody can afford to live anywhere.
And you know what's fun about this? This is where all these fucking upper crust white liberal kids that think that because they're rich, that everybody else is white is rich too. And they move in and they try to say like, "Oh, we're here to help the poor, and we're here to help minorities." They move in there and they try to make their neighborhoods nicer, but what they do is they jack the rent up so goddamn high that other people can afford to live there.
Well, some of
and
that.
I'm stuck here. I can't get out of it. I mean, at least the home I live in, I got a roof over my head. At least I'm thankful for that, and I got food when I run out of money.
But you got, some of that's also caused by Silicon Valley.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Silicon Valley. All your corporate monsters that are up there, Apple, Google, Facebook, all your corporate media, all your corporations are up in Silicon Valley. They pay super good money.
Somewhere in California too?
Yes, Silicon Valley is in California.
What part is it? What part?
I ain't got the map
state?
up to tell you exactly where. You could look it up in your state, Silicon Valley, on a Google search, and you'll find it.
But it's really getting ridiculous, though. I mean, usually all the homeless people were in LA, but they have nowhere to go, and there's so many of them now. Even my little city, has got homeless people, like, no matter where you go. It's sad, too.
More people
really
are being driven out of their homes because they can't afford to live. And these fucking upper crust liberal kids, liberal kids end up fucking themselves over, too, because now they've, like I said, now the prices are rising, and apparently it's getting to a point where even a lot of them can't afford to live there now. So, it's getting to a point now where, like, you've seen, like, skyrocketing, and it's probably not just in California. I'm sure it's in other places, too, like, that have insanely high.
It couldn't be as bad as California, though. I bet you go to a smaller city in another state, when you get out of the big city, you're probably not going to see the homelessness, but here it don't work that way. No matter where you go, you get to a small town, there's still homeless.
That place is expensive. So it's usually in like really metropolitan areas, like certain places. Not all of them.
I tell you myself, if I could, I would leave this country. I don't want to get nobody here mad. But the way America's gotten lately, I hate it. I hate the whole country.
Yeah.
I would like to go to, like I don't remember who I heard said it a few shows back, that I know Bill was saying that the Philippines is communist and stuff, but at least the genders, get along better.
As long as you're not Manila. If you jump out of Manila and go to the other parts, then they do, okay? But unfortunately, if we keep promoting the West and people keep going over there from the West, it's only going to escalate, okay? Because all that's going to happen. But anyhow, guys, hey, we're getting close to the end. So I'm going to say this now. I'm going to change things up for next week's show with a random ID number, okay? Warren, after I get the ID number up, I'll drop it in your Facebook Messenger for you.
Bill,
for you
I want to
other
ask
guys,
you something.
I've got what's that? Go ahead and answer.
I don't even know if you guys know my name, but do you know what my ID is, and can you send that however you're going to do this
I have
next
no
week?
idea, but if you got a pencil and paper?
Well,
something
hold on.
to write with?
Well, I could do it on the pad on my phone. Let me get the memo pad up on my phone.
Always
Okay.
end the stream before you put that out there. End the stream first, because then people listening to it might get the ID, I think.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
I'm not getting. Well, it's gonna be random ID numbers. So for every Saturday night show, it'll be a new number. Okay, so so you're gonna need to have my email address so I know who you are and I'll send it to you. And I'm gonna unfortunately, it's gonna be a little hard on people.
I do have your email address. I won't say it because if anybody's trolling listening. But.
Yeah, use my email address,
Bill?
or unless you got a Facebook.
So go to that email and you'll send me your code to my email.
You will have to tell me it's Richard from California, then I'll know it's you, okay?
And do that on your email and nothing through Google.
Well, yeah, do it on my email unless you got a PC. Have you got a smartphone?
Wait. I got your let me go to this because I got your email down here somewhere. Hold on, I got to go to my
Because the other way you can do it is if you got a smartphone, Zoom is a free app. Look up ZOOM, download it, install it, okay? Make yourself a profile, use my email and send me a friend's request, and I'll add you. That is the
okay. I just sent you a message. I don't know if I did it on the right thing, but did you get it? I just sent you a message. I just said it's Richard.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Did you get it?
I'm not in my email, guy. I'm in the middle of the show. Okay? So, you know, but if you, I don't know what device you're on. Are you got a smartphone or you're on a laptop?
I'm on a Android phone. It's a LG.
It's a smartphone then. So if you will look, you can find an app for Zoom on your smartphone. And then you use that email address and send me a friend invite. Then when you want to come on, you just PM me and I'll add you to the show. Okay? Does
that mean you would call me or I would have another ID?
No, you just well, you won't need an ID at all if you put that on. All you do is use our email and use that to add me send me a friend invite. I'll add you to my Zoom contact list and I'll bring you in that way. Okay?
I'm not understanding this. I'm not good with some things. I'm not understanding this computer stuff.
Okay, well let's just stick with the email, okay?
And actually mine's Gmail, the Google mail.
It don't matter. Use my email. If you ain't got it, I don't like to push it out right now because we're dealing with the trolls.
Okay, I don't want to say your email, but your email ends with the number 48, right?
Yes.
I don't want to say all of it because some idiot could be in here, but I know it ends with the number 48 in the part.
That's the right one. Use that. You set one. I'll get it in the morning, okay? But I'm not going to send you an email out until next Saturday because every Saturday will be a random ID number. Because I'm going to.
Is it going to change every week?
The ID number will change once a week, but the phone number will never change. Okay? Only the ID number will change. That's to keep these trolls out of this damn show.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to do.
Is Steve still in the chat?
No, he's gone, and I'm getting ready to cut out of here because we're right at 4 hours pretty much. So I'm going to cut out here for this week. We will be back next week. And for you other guys, I'm going to post the video up and let people know. Okay, I've got to figure out another way to do this so I can use a random ID because I'm not going to have this crap since Ron Fan passed out the information in a major chat. It's unstoppable now. We're going to have this happen all the time. So I'm going to have to go to random ID just to stop the trolling.
Bill, I just want to say thank you very much for tonight's live stream. You know, it's been great.
Hey, I appreciate it. And we'll see what happens next weekend with Hannigan Monday. She's in my contacts list on Zoom. And with that being said, guys, we're going to get out of here and you all have a good one.
Appreciate it, Bill.
You too.
Yep.